Chapter 3101. Master, is the treasure in Dao Facian's possession really that powerful? It actually requires Senior Gu Dao to forge that item to contend against it? Xian struggled to contain her shock. She understood her master's strength extremely well. In the current Saint's world, without the successor of the Warring Gods or the Spacetime Elder, her master had already become the undisputed greatest expert in the vast Saint's world. However, such a supreme expert still feared the treasure in Dao Facian's possession. Xian found this unbelievable. But with Dao Facian's strength, how can he forge such a powerful treasure? Even if he breaks through the final limit with his ability, the treasures he can refine will at most be on the same level as Master's Pagoda and Celestial Palace, Xian muttered to herself. There were too many doubts and questions in her heart. This was because the publicly recognized strongest god artifacts in the 6 worlds were god artifacts forged by celestial exalts through special secret technique. These god artifacts could be called peak god artifacts, but they could also be called grand exalt god artifacts, sovereign god artifacts, and so on. Due to history, there were a few sovereign god artifacts that remained in the 6th world. The 8 Archean clans possessed at least one, and some other clans even possessed more than one. Some organizations that had lost their status as Archean clans because they did not have a 9th heavenly layer Grand Prime present also possessed sovereign god artifact. There was also the Tower of Radiance in the Radiant Saint Hall on the Desolate Plain, which was also a sovereign god artifact. These supreme god artifacts all came from different Grand Exalt. They might have been left behind in the current era, the last epoch, the epoch before that, or even the epoch before that. Perhaps there would be some differences between the different sovereign god artifacts, but the differences would not be too great. There had never been a treasure as powerful as Dao Facian's. As a result, Xian was so shocked when she learnt about the power of Dao Facian's treasure. That treasure was definitely not forged by any of the Grand Exalts back then, because no one could forge a treasure of that level. Even in the past, I couldn't think of anyone who could forge such a powerful god artifact, said the Anata Grand Exalt. Junior Luo Tian has specially come to greet Senior Anata. At this moment, an old voice rang out from outside the heavenly palace of Bishing. The Grand Exalt of all heaven suddenly appeared outside the Prosper Plain. He clasped his fist in the direction of the heavenly palace of Bishing from afar. The Grand Exalt of all heaven did not set foot on the Prosper Plain. He was clearly expressing his respect towards the Anata Grand Exalt. Please! Huanzhen's voice rang out from the heavenly palace of Bishing. The voice seemed to contain all the sounds in the world. It could transform into any voice and tone. It was impossible to tell whether it was male or female. In the next moment, a golden path condensed from the laws of the heavenly ways extended from the heavenly palace of Bishing. It reached the space outside the Prosper Plain in a single instance and arrived below the Grand Exalt of all heaven. The Grand Exalt of all heaven stepped onto the golden path and vanished from the heavenly palace of Bishing in a flash. In the depths of the heavenly palace of Bishing, the First Majesty had already left. Huanzhen and Luo Tian sat across from each other in the air. Luo Tian, since you have already stepped into this realm and transformed into the heavenly Tao, you are already on the same level as me. Therefore, there is no need for you to be so polite. The Anata Grand Exalt's voice rang out. He was surrounded by the light of the ways as heavenly music seemed to ring out. He was nowhere to be seen. It was as if what existed here wasn't a person or a living being, but a strange existence formed from the interweaving of the order of the heavens and earth. Although I have stepped into this domain, in this junior's eyes, Senior is still a respectable person. Across from him, the Grand Exalt of all heaven's attitude was very humble. He was like a junior student, humble and polite. The Grand Exalt of all heaven paused and continued, I wonder what happened in the chaos space? Even shedding blood was injured? We ran into people from the immortal world and devil world, Yang Qi said. It's a pity that a strand of primal chaos palea energy was taken away by someone from the immortal world. The Anata Grand Exalt spoke calmly. His voice was emotionless. It's not easy to open the chaos space, and it's the only place where you can obtain chaotic ancient qi. At our level of cultivation, we need a strand of chaotic ancient qi at the very least if we want to forge a peak god artifact that matches us. Luo Tian, you've only just reached this level of cultivation, so you haven't forged a peak god artifact that matches you yet. As a result, you can't miss out on the opening of the chaos space this time. Go back and prepare. Once Shedding Blood recovers, we'll enter the chaos space again. We need to be prepared to fight the experts of the Immortals world, said the Anata Grand Exalt. Alright, I'll go back and prepare right now. The Grand Exalt of all heaven was stern. At the same time, he felt rather eager. Now that he had reached the Grand Exalt domain, the high-quality god artifacts he used in the past were clearly nowhere near enough. As a result, he did need a strand of chaotic ancient qi and some rare materials to forge a god artifact that matched him. Before you go to the chaos space, you need a weapon of the same level as you. Out of all the peak god artifacts in the Saints' world, only the spirit-severing sword of the Spirit God clan is the most compatible with you. You can borrow it, said the Anata Grand Exalt. The Grand Exalt of all heaven clasped his fist before vanishing silently. He left the heavenly palace of Bishing. Afterwards, a fruit appeared in the Anata Grand Exalt's hand. A dense presence of ways revolved around it, giving off a profound presence. Exin, go to the Devour Plane immediately and give this fruit of ways to Shedding Blood. He needs to recover as soon as possible. Yes, Master. Exin left with the fruit of ways while the Anata Grand Exalt took out all of Gu Dao's soul fragments. He murmured to himself, Gu Dao, you've vanished from the Saints' world for so long. It's time for you to reappear before the world. At the same time, the Blood-Tier Grand Exalt seemed to have turned into a sea of blood within the blood-red divine hall of Paragon in the Devour Plane of 7 great sacred planes. The sea of blood rippled violently, as if countless serpents were churning inside. Suddenly, the sea of blood shook violently, and a large portion of it evaporated at a visible rate. In the end, the sea of blood suddenly shrank, condensing into a figure in the air. The figure coughed violently a few times before saying sternly, What kind of power is this? It's so powerful that even I struggle to recover from being injured by it. Master W, who injured you? Below, the 9 brilliant Star Lord's expression changed. He was still shaken. It's a new sovereign of the Immortals world. He's called Tao Might Dharma. He possesses an extremely powerful treasure, and I was injured by it, said the Blood-Tier Grand Exalt. The 9 brilliant Star Lord was shocked. A newly born sovereign is actually able to injure Master with a single treasure. Just what kind of treasure is that? Chapter 3102. A book. The 9 brilliant Star Lord was doubtful. He murmured to himself, Our Saints' world basically knows all the Supreme God artifacts that exist in the Immortals world and Demons world, but in the history of our Saints' world, we've never seen this Supreme God artifact among all the Supreme God artifacts we've collected. Could it be that this Supreme artifact was forged by Tao Wei Dharma himself? Impossible. Let alone Tao Might Dharma Heaven, even if Gu Dao of our Saints' world was still alive, he definitely wouldn't be able to forge such a powerful god artifact. As soon as the 9 brilliant Star Lord's suspicions were raised, the Blood-Tier Grand Exalt immediately denied it. The power of the book has already surpassed all the known artifacts in the world. I wonder where Tao Might Dharma Heaven obtained it, the Blood-Tier Grand Exalt said sternly. There was still some lingering fear in his voice. He wanted to use the profound techniques he grasped as the heavenly ways to peer into the heavenly secrets and grasp the deepest secrets hidden in the vast world. Unfortunately, his opponent was an expert at the same level as him who had become the heavenly ways, and he possessed a peak god artifact that was unimaginably powerful. Before an opponent like that, any methods of peering into the heavenly secrets would be useless. This was because this ability could only be used on targets at a much lower level of cultivation. If he encountered an opponent at the same level as him, the ability would naturally be useless. Let alone the same level of cultivation, even if the difference in cultivation was not too great, it would still be difficult to peek into the heavenly secrets. After all, experts who had reached a certain level of cultivation possessed various methods and abilities to conceal themselves. At this moment, the First Majesty of the Heavenly Palace of Bishing, EXN, arrived on the Devour Plain as well. She passed a fruit that radiated with the presence of ways to Bloodtear Grand Exalt and said, "Senior Bloodtear, Master has specially asked me to give this fruit of ways to Senior. I hope Senior can recover soon." The Bloodtear Grand Exalt fell silent as he stared at the fruit of ways. Afterwards, he sighed gently and used a blood-red energy to sweep up the fruit of ways, disappearing into the sea of blood. Old man really will remember this kindness. When I kill my way into the chaotic space again in the future, I will definitely return it double. At the same time, the Grand Exalt of all heaven also arrived at the Spirit God clan. The Spirit God clan was once a peak clan that had given birth to a Grand Exalt. They were extremely powerful. After the Grand Exalt passed away, the Spirit God clan that possessed the complete legacy of the Grand Exalt had once been one of the Archean clans of the Saints' world. However, the Spirit God clan had already declined. Without a 9th heavenly layer Grand Prime, they no longer had the right to become a member of an Archean clan, even if they maintained the complete legacy of a Grand Exalt. Today, the Grand Exalt of all heaven had personally come, and the entire Spirit God clan was shaken. All the ancestors who were in closed-door cultivation hurriedly came out and personally came to welcome him. After all, Luo Tian had already become a Supreme Exalt. To a certain extent, he could represent the heavenly Tao. His status was completely different from before. The Grand Exalt of all heaven was quite direct. He directly mentioned that he wanted to borrow the Spirit God clan's ultimate treasure, the Spirit Slayer Divine Sword. The Spirit God clan did not dare to turn down the Grand Exalt of all heaven's request at all. They did not even hesitate at all, directly taking out the Spirit Slayer Divine Sword. Old Man owes your Spirit God clan a favor. Old Man promises that as long as Old Man remains, he will protect your Spirit God clan for thousands of years. As for the Spirit Slayer Divine Sword, once Old Man returns from the chaotic space, he will return it to your Spirit God clan. The Grand Exalt of all heaven promised. His voice was forceful, resonating with the laws of the world and spreading across the entire Saints' world. At this moment, all the people who had comprehended the laws of the world to a certain level could vaguely hear the Grand Exalt of all heaven's promise to the Spirit God clan through the resonating laws of the world. The world bore witness to the Grand Exalt's promise. It was the most sacred promise in the world. All the people of the Spirit God clan were overjoyed. They thanked him politely in a hurry. All of them understood what the Grand Exalt of all heaven's promise meant to the Spirit God clan. It meant that even the 8 Archean clans of the Saints' world would not dare to touch their Spirit God clan in the next 10 million years. As for whether a new 9th heavenly layer would appear in the Spirit God clan in the next 10 million years, it could be said that the Spirit God clan truly had no worries in the next 10 million years. A huge bone tower hovered silently in outer space within an unknown region of the Saints' world. It radiated with a tremendous pressure as if it was invincible enough to suppress the entire world. At this very moment, a boy in red clothes lay lazily on a jade bed at the highest point of the bone tower. Many precious spirit fruits were placed on the jade table beside him that was made from extremely precious ancient jade. The boy was the second most powerful person in the Myriad Bone Guild, the Heartless Child. The Bloodtear Grand Exalt has returned. The Anata Grand Exalt has returned as well. However, The Blood-Tier Grand Exalt's return actually caused the laws of the world to tremble so violently. It looks like the Blood-Tier Grand Exalt was injured in the chaotic space. The heartless child lay on the jade bed in boredom as he munched on a spiritual fruit. He seemed extremely relaxed. Yeah, the Blood-Tier Grand Exalt is indeed injured. It looks like he encountered people from the Immortals world in the chaotic space. Opposite the heartless child, there was an illusory figure sitting cross-legged in the void, emitting a sonorous and powerful voice. This figure was clearly in the form of a nascent soul. However, upon closer inspection, it was very different from an ordinary nascent soul. It seemed to be a different kind of existence. The heartless child turned his head and stared at the illusionary figure before him. He said, "Brother, your original body is also in the chaotic space. Do you know what happened in there?" "I don't know. I'm not in the same region as them. The region that the Blood-Tier Grand Exalt and the others entered is similar to a secret realm, while I only move around the edges," said the illusionary figure. He was a renowned peak expert of the Saints' world, the master of the Myriad Bone Guild. "Brother, I'm very curious. You've already stayed in the chaotic space for over 10,000 years, right? What are you doing there for no reason? After all, we need to maintain the power of the Supreme God artifact at all times if we want to enter the chaotic space with our cultivation. Don't you find it tiring after all these years?" The heartless child continued to ask. The master of the Myriad Bone Guild fell silent. Only after quite a while did he say, "I'm looking for something that can completely change the fate of our Myriad Bone Guild. Have you found it yet?" "Not yet." The master of the Myriad Bone Guild shook his head and continued, "Actually, I don't hold too much hope in finding it. However, I need to try and see if a miracle can happen." "Let's not talk about that. That thing is extremely important. It involves a sovereign of the Immortals world. I'm already prepared to return in failure. Let's pay attention to the Wind Venerable right now," said the master of the Myriad Bone Guild. The heartless child seemed to think of something extremely interesting. He immediately smiled from the bottom of his heart as he stared at a certain direction eagerly. He said, "The Wind Venerable destroyed the Anata Grand Exalt's fruit of ways. It was only because the Anata Grand Exalt was not present that he was able to live comfortably for a while. Now that the Anata Grand Exalt has returned, ha 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 ha, I'm suddenly looking forward to seeing how the Anata Grand Exalt will react when he discovers that his fruit of ways has been destroyed. What other reaction can there be? He'll just be furious and mad. After all, Genshin's fruit of ways holds great significance to the Anata Grand Exalt. Destroying the fruit of ways is equivalent to severing the Anata Grand Exalt's path of ways," the master of the Myriad Bone Guild said with lingering fear. The master of the Myriad Bone Guild said with lingering fear, "He severed the path of a Grand Exalt. Just thinking about this enmity is terrifying. Venerable Wind, it's over." "Yeah. That's right. It's just strange. The Anata Grand Exalt has already returned for a while, so why hasn't he done anything yet?" the heartless child asked in confusion. The master of the Myriad Bone Guild said, "The Anata Grand Exalt must have encountered an intense battle in the chaotic space this time. He probably hasn't noticed that his fruit of ways has been destroyed as soon as he's returned. There's no time for the Grand Exalt to slow down." Chapter 3103. The heartless child and the Myriad Bone Guild waited quietly at the top of the bone tower. They did not move at all as their gazes remained fixed on a certain direction in the depths of outer space. They were filled with eagerness as if they were patiently waiting for a good show to begin. They waited for 7 days. After 7 days, the heartless child became rather restless. He murmured to himself, "Strange. It's already been so long, so why hasn't there been any activity at all? Has the Anata Grand Exalt forgotten about Genshin's fruit of ways? There's no need to hurry. We need to be patient. It's only been a few days since the Grand Exalt's return. It's too short a time, and the Anata Grand Exalt has probably suffered some losses from the battle in the chaotic space, so it makes sense that he didn't consider the fruit of ways. Let's just let the Anata Grand Exalt wait a little longer, said the master of the Myriad Bone Guild. The heartless child nodded in agreement. Brother's analysis is reasonable. I've been a little too hasty. However, this matter is related to the fate of our Myriad Bone Guild, as well as our safety. After all, as long as the Wind Venerable is still alive, our Myriad Bone Guild will never be free from danger. It's indeed very difficult for me to remain composed when it comes to this matter. Yeah, you're right. The Wind Venerable is far too powerful. Fortunately, he's not in a stable state right now. His mind is muddled and he's gone insane. Otherwise, it would be difficult for our Myriad Bone Guild to enjoy such peace. But don't worry, the Wind Venerable has already severed the Anata Grand Exalt's path of ways. His fate has already been decided. All we need to do is watch and wait patiently. The master of the Myriad Bone Guild seemed extremely composed. After a moment of thought, he continued, and the Grand Exalt of all heaven has borrowed the spirit-severing sword from the Spirit God clan. If I've guessed correctly, the Grand Exalt of all heaven will enter the chaotic space again with the Anata Grand Exalt and the Bloodtear Grand Exalt. The heartless child sank into his thoughts. If that's the case, the Anata Grand Exalt should be preparing to enter the chaotic space a second time. No wonder he doesn't care about the destruction of his fruit of ways. He shouldn't be paying attention to this matter. Fine, then we'll wait a little longer. After all, so many years have passed, a few more days won't make a difference. The heartless child stood up and stretched his body lazily. He gazed at the stars with a smile and lamented, "Throughout all these years, there have always been two mountains weighing down on us. One comes from the Dark Star race, while the other comes from the Wind Venerable. Now that the shackles from the Dark Star race have been removed, I won't have to worry about the Dark Star race for a very long time in the future. The Wind Venerable is also about to die. As long as the Wind Venerable dies, our Myriad Bone Guild will truly have nothing to worry about in the future. As long as we don't provoke those Grand Exalts, no organization in the entire Saints world can threaten us. We don't even need to fear Archean clans." The heartless child seemed to think of the glorious future of the Myriad Bone Guild. He could not help but laugh aloud. At that moment, he seemed to have seen the Myriad Bone Guild truly standing at the apex of the world. This was because their Myriad Bone Guild was indeed very powerful. Although they were not an ancient family, they were not inferior to them at all. Ancient family? Humph, they can't threaten us. Our Myriad Bone Guild doesn't have any fewer supreme divine artifacts than them. The 8 great saints are very powerful, but compared to us two brothers, they're still lacking a few things. The master of the Myriad Bone Guild spoke with some disdain. He did not place the ancient clans in his eyes at all. Yet, after all, the two of us possess the great fortune of the Dark Star race. Moreover, we've been killed by the presence of the Grand Exalt of the Wood Spirit race, so we've gone through reincarnation after reincarnation. It's not like we haven't gained anything from the countless reincarnations. The 8 saints don't possess these innate advantages. The heartless child's smile became even more resplendent. He stared at the space before him affectionately as he became slightly intoxicated. "Big brother, have you noticed that this starry sky has suddenly become much more beautiful than before? Although nothing has changed in my eyes, the stars are different from before," the master of the Myriad Bone Guild said without any emotion. The Myriad Ancient Tower Master didn't have much of an emotional fluctuation. He said indifferently, "That's because all the pressure and worries in your heart have disappeared. Without any external threat, your state of mind naturally changed." "Yeah, that's right. In the past, I was always worried that the Wind Venerable would come looking for me at a certain moment, but now, he no longer has that chance. Without the threat of the Wind Venerable, I feel like my entire body has become extremely relaxed. This feeling is intoxicating, said the heartless child. It's all thanks to Jianchen. We really should thank him properly. If he reincarnates, I don't mind accepting him as a disciple. It's just a pity that he was killed by the Wind Venerable, so he no longer has the right to reincarnate, the master of the Myriad Bone Guild mocked. The current leader of the Radiant Saint Hall, Gongsun Ji, stood on the peak of a mountain in the miniature world within the Tower of Radiance. He wore the sacred robes that symbolized the leader of the Radiant Saint Hall. He was dignified, possessing a bearing of supremacy that he had never possessed before. He seemed high-spirited. Artifact Spirit, are you still there? If you really do exist, please show yourself immediately. The useless descendant of my ancestor, Gongsun Ji, wishes to see you. Artifact Spirit, I possess the bloodline of my ancestor, and my ancestor is your master. I, Gongsun Ji, am the only person in this world who has the right to speak to you. Gongsun Ji stood on the peak of the mountain as he called out to the surroundings. He would sprinkle his blood into the surroundings from time to time, hoping to obtain an opportunity to communicate with the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance through the presence of his Grand Exalt's bloodline. He had already entered the Tower of Radiance countless times in the past few years. He had also stood in different places in the Tower of Radiance and used various methods to summon the artifact spirit in an attempt to obtain an opportunity to communicate with the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance. This was because the Tower of Radiance had 9 protector swords in total. Only 6 had appeared now, while the remaining 3 remained in the Tower of Radiance. He wanted to obtain the right to choose the 3 protector swords. This was far too important to him. Once he obtained the right to choose the 3 protector swords, not only would he be able to nurture his own strength, but he would also be able to rope in peak organizations like the Su family and the Mid-Heaven clan on the Desolate Plain. As soon as he thought about the current situation of the Radiant Saint Hall, Gongsun Ji became furious. At the same time, he felt helpless. Right now, the most powerful people in the Radiant Saint Hall were the 6 protectors who possessed the protector swords. However, Xian Zhan and Xian Ming were neutral among the protectors. They believed in protecting their sect, so Gongsun Ji could not command them at all. As for Han Xian, Bai Yu, and Donglin Yen Shui, they had always stood against him. They did not take him seriously at all. Apart from himself, Gongsun Ji could not command any of the 6 protectors and the 6 guardian swords. This made him feel that he was rather useless as a hall master. At this moment, the energy in the Tower of Radiance suddenly surged violently. The entire miniature world in the Tower of Radiance suddenly shook at that moment. Chapter 3104. It's my Master's descendant. A stammering voice rang out from the Tower of Radiance. It was extremely feeble. Gongsun Ji was overjoyed when he heard that. He became extremely excited. How many years had it been? How many years had it been? He had basically waited for the Tower of Radiance's artifact spirit to awaken every single day. He had failed to summon it time and time again, and he had returned in disappointment time and time again. He had never thought that he would finally see the Tower of Radiance's artifact spirit awaken today. His efforts over the years had finally paid off. Gongsun Ji was so excited that his entire body trembled. Fantastic, fantastic! Sir Artifact Spirit, you've finally appeared. You've finally appeared. Gongsun Ji danced around in joy. Sir Artifact Spirit, how are you right now? Master's descendant, I've been invaded by enemies. I've consumed a lot of energy. I'm very weak right now. The Artifact Spirit's voice rang out. Sir Artifact Spirit, can you still give me the right to choose the 3 remaining protector swords so that I can choose the people to wield them? Gongsun Ji only seemed to show some concern for the Artifact Spirit. He did not care too much about the invasion the Artifact Spirit mentioned. All he could think about right now was obtaining the right to choose the 3 remaining protector swords as soon as possible. After stating his request, Gongsun Ji waited eagerly for the Artifact Spirit's reply. He became extremely nervous. Master's descendant. I'm very weak right now. I don't have enough power to use the last 3 protector swords. Gong Sun Ji was greatly disappointed, but he still asked hopefully, then how can I help you recover your strength as soon as possible? Time, immediately. Gong Sun Ji deflated like a balloon. The Tower of Radiance was a supreme god artifact. If a god artifact of that level needed time to recover, who knew how long it would take? He could not afford to wait that long. Lord Artifact Spirit, although I now possess the number 1 ranked Godslayer sword and have the blood of my ancestor flowing in my body, the other 5 wielders of the sacred swords do not listen to my orders at all. Even my identity as the Palace Master is only an empty title. As a result, I hope Sir Artifact Spirit can help me. Gong Sun Ji seemed to have made up his mind. He bowed deeply towards the sky and gathered up his courage. May I ask Sir Artifact Spirit to accept me as your master? Only if I can truly wield the Tower of Radiance will I be able to consolidate my status in the Radiant Saint Hall. Moreover, I'm probably the ancestor's legacy in the current world, so I should inherit the ancestor's artifact spirit. In terms, I should inherit everything ancestors all. Since the Tower of Radiance was forged by my ancestor, it makes sense for me to inherit it. As he said that, Gong Sun Ji suddenly straightened his back. He became emotional as well. He said proudly, in the current saint's world, no one else has the right to inherit the Tower of Radiance apart from me. With that, Gong Sun Ji stood at the top of the mountain with his head held high. He waited nervously and uneasily for the artifact spirit's reply. He was also filled with anticipation. He could not help but imagine how the Radiant Saint Hall would respond to his call after he obtained the Tower of Radiance. He would be in high spirit. He had always had 2 goals in order to awaken the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance. The first was to obtain the right to choose the final 3 protector swords so that he could establish his own organization. The second was to wield the Tower of Radiance and become its master. This time, the artifact spirit fell silent for a while before replying in a broken voice, "You're not a member of the Imperial family. You can't inherit the Tower of Radiance. Only the Imperial family can inherit the Tower of Radiance. Only the Imperial family can unleash the true power of the Tower of Radiance." Gong Sun Ji's body trembled violently. The artifact spirit's words were like a sharp blade that stabbed deeply into his heart, shattering all his dreams on the spot. Gong Sun Ji's face changed drastically. His face immediately twisted and became extremely vicious. He said hysterically, "No, I'm a member of the Imperial family. I, Gong Sun Ji, am the only member of the Imperial family in the world. I'm the only person with the right to inherit the Tower of Radiance. Artifact Spirit, tell me. I possess the ancestral bloodline. That's the bloodline of a Grand Exalt. Why am I not a member of the Imperial family? Why am I not a member of the Imperial family? Apart from me, who else dares to call themselves a member of the Imperial family? Who else has the right to be a member of the Imperial family? The Imperial family is born from the world. You're not a member of the Imperial family, so you don't have the right to inherit the Tower of Radiance. However, since you're Master's descendant, I can help you get the 9 protectors to obey you. It's a pity that I don't have enough power right now, or I should take back the 5 protector swords. Master's descendant, go summon the other 5 protectors." Hearing this, Gong Sun Ji, who was on the verge of breaking down, finally found some comfort. Although he could not obtain the Tower of Radiance, controlling all the protectors was not a bad outcome. Gong Sun Ji immediately left the Tower of Radiance after sorting out his emotions. Very soon, he entered the Tower of Radiance with Bai Yu, Han Xian, Donglin, Yan Shui, Xian Zhan, and Xian Ming. At this moment, all the wielders of the 6 protector swords had gathered in the Tower of Radiance. It was also at this moment that the artifact spirit's voice rang out in the surroundings. The 3rd protector sword, the Sword of Wildlands, the 4th Protector Sword, the Sword of Cliffs, the 5th Protector Sword, the Sword of Haida, the 8th Protector Sword, the Sword of Wave Cutter, the 9th Protector Sword, the Sword of Enlightenment. Something has happened with all of them. They shouldn't be in the hands of the 5 of you. Since the 5 of you possess Protector Swords, you must obey the will of the 1st Protector Sword, Godslayer's Sword. Otherwise, I can only take back your Protector Swords. Aside from Gongsun Ji's complacency, the expressions of the 5 other people changed when they heard that. All of their current strength, identity, and status came from the Protector Sword. Once they lost their Protector Swords, they would immediately fall from the lofty clouds to the abyss of hell. After leaving the Tower of Radiance, Gongsun Ji, Bai Yu, Han Xian, Donglin Yen Shui, Xian Zhan, and Xian Ming gathered in the discussion hall. Gongsun Ji was in high spirit. His face was filled with arrogance as he sat on the throne with great enjoyment. He looked at the 5 protectors below him with an ambiguous smile and said, "You must have heard what the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance has said. If you still want to possess a Protector Sword and continue to be a protector of our Radiant Saint Hall, you must obey my arrangements. Otherwise, I will get Sir Artifact Spirit to take back your Protector Swords. Now, I need you all to make your stance clear. Clarify your stance." Gongsun Ji looked at the 5 protectors deeply. He felt extremely at ease. His gloominess and displeasure from failing to gain the recognition of the Tower of Radiance had completely vanished. Han Xian, Bai Yu, and Donglin Yen Shui's expressions became extremely ugly. They were extremely sunken. Xian Ming looked at his father, Xian Zhan. Clearly, Xian Zhan was the leader. Xian Zhan glanced past Bai Yu, Han Xian, and Donglin Yen Shui before saying indifferently, "Since Sir Artifact Spirit of the Tower of Radiance has spoken, the 5 of us will naturally follow Sir Artifact Spirit's orders." Donglin Yen Shui and Bai Yu immediately became furious when they heard that Xian Zhan had actually made a decision on their behalf. However, just when the 2 of them were about to say something, Xian Zhan's voice rang out in their heads secretly. "Keep Gongsun Ji calm for now. The artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance does indeed possess the ability to take back Protector Swords. I don't mind. Even without a Protector Sword, I still possess a place for myself in the Radiant Saint Hall. However, once you lose your Protector Swords, Gongsun Ji will never spare you with his personality. Once that happens, it won't just be you. Perhaps even your clans will be affected. The matter at hand is to protect the Protector Swords. If I've guessed correctly, Gongsun Ji will go find Jianchen for revenge as soon as he gains power and take back the Grand Exalt's cultivation method. If you really want to protect Jianchen, you need to protect your Protector Swords first, because only with Protector Swords can you interfere." Bai Yu and Donglin Yen Shui immediately fell silent when they heard that. Afterwards, they expressed that they would follow the orders of the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance unwillingly. "Ha ha ha ha, good, very good. Our Radiant Saint Hall has never been so united ever since our Protector Swords appeared. I order you to search for Jianchen's whereabouts immediately. The method of the Exalted Saint has been lost for so many years, so it's time for it to return." Chapter 3105. Under the influence of the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance, Gongsun Ji's control over the Radiant Saint Hall directly reached an unprecedented level. No one dared to disobey his orders. The first thing he did after gaining power was to search for the martial soul lineage. In particular, Gongsun Ji hated Jianchen to the core. Immediately, all the forces of the Radiant Saint Hall began to move under Gongsun Ji's orders. They began to search for the martial soul lineage across the entire Saints' world. This feeling of commanding people is just too wonderful. It's just too enchanting. Gongsun Ji lay on the leader's throne lazily in the Radiant Saint Hall. He was extremely satisfied. Men, summoned Su Jiping of the Su clan and Huang Fu Gi of the Zhongtian clan. This hall master has something to discuss with them. Gongsun Ji gave another order. An elder who had condensed a soul tree and was equivalent to an infinite prime immediately became stern when he heard that. Su Jiping of the Su family and Huang Fu Gi of the Zhongtian clan were peak experts who stood at the apex of the plane. They were both fourth heavenly layer grand primes, even more powerful than the previous leader of the Radiant Saint Hall, Yu Chen. Yet now, Gong Sunji acted like he was ordering people around when they faced peak figures who could shake up the entire desolate plain with just a stomp of their feet. This made the elder sweat inside. Even though the Radiant Saint Hall was very powerful right now, even with the 6 protectors, the elders still needed to show respect to peak experts like Su Jiping and Huang Fu Gi. However, there was no respect at all in Gong Sunji's words. Originally, the elder wanted to get the 2 divine King Gong Sunji to pass on the message, but after thinking about it, it was better for him to go personally. After giving the order, Gong Sunji glanced past the 5 protectors, Bai Yu, Han Xian, Donglin, Yan Shui, Xian Ming, and Xian Zhan. He said seriously, "Don't be in a hurry to leave. Stay here for now. Leave when I give you the order to leave. This time, you must not disobey me like you did in the past. Do you understand?" Bai Yu and Donglin Yan Shui immediately became furious. Han Xian, on the other hand, remained calm. Xianzhan seemed to have seen through Gong Sunji's intentions. He smiled ambiguously and clasped his fist. "Don't worry, Hallmaster. We won't embarrass you." Before long, 2 elders of the Radiant Saint Hall went to the Su family and the Zhongtian clan respectively. They passed on Gong Sunji's words in an extremely tactful manner. However, even though the 2 elders made it sound extremely nice, basically showing enough respect to the Su family and the Zhongtian clan, it still made Su Jiping and Huang Fu Gi, 2 peak experts who stood at the apex of the plane, extremely displeased. Humph. Does Gong Sunji really think he's someone important? He actually dares to order the 2 of us around, Huang Fu Gi snorted coldly with a sunken face. Gong Sunji is becoming more and more arrogant. He actually wants the 2 of us to go see him in the Radiant Saint Hall? If he doesn't have a protector sword, he's just a puny Radiant God King. Yet, a mere Radiant God King dares to order the 2 of us around as he pleases. How absurd. Su Jiping's eyes were cold as well. His face was ugly. Just think about how Su Jiping could do as he pleased on the desolate plain. A single word from him could change the situation of the entire desolate plain. Just how great was his status? Just how great was his power? Yet now, he was actually being ordered around by a God King. This was basically a form of humiliation. My patience with Gong Sunji has almost reached its limit. Whatever. For the sake of his promise of giving us a protector sword, we'll just endure it for now. Huang Fu Gi sucked in a deep breath and slowly calmed his anger. In the end, he still chose to endure it for now. Fair enough. In order to obtain a protector sword for my Su family, I'll let Gong Sunji be smug for now. The vice leader of the Radiant Saint Hall, Xianzhan, has told me that the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance possesses the ability to withdraw protector swords at any time. I hope Gong Sunji can keep Godslayer's sword, or... A cold light flashed through Su Jiping's eyes. Although Huang Fu Gi and Su Jiping were in different regions and extremely far away from each other, the entire desolate plain was nothing to them now that they had reached such a level of cultivation. As a result, they only needed a single thought to communicate with each other through the senses of their souls. In the next moment, the 2 of them took a step. Immediately, the world spun around them. They crossed an extremely great distance with a single step, immediately appearing before the entrance of the Radiant Saint Hall. With a few flashes, they directly arrived before Gong Sunji. Huang Fu Gi sucked in a deep breath as he looked at Gong Sunji, who reclined on the throne lazily. After calming down his impatience, he clasped his fist and said, "Leader, may I ask why you've come to find us?" Only then did Gong Sunji discover Su Jiping and Huang Fu Gi's arrival. He immediately sat up straight and assumed a condescending attitude. He crossed his legs and said with a smile, "Seniors, you've finally come. I've been waiting here specially for your arrival." Su Jiping and Huang Fu Gi frowned. In particular, when they saw Gongsun Ji's condescending attitude, like an emperor receiving his subjects, they were tempted to chop him into pieces. With their identities and statuses, even the undisputed greatest expert on the desolate plain, the celestial sword saint, would never treat them with such a condescending attitude. Gongsun Ji seemed to have no idea what Su Jiping and Huang Fu Gi were thinking. He smiled resplendently and waved his hand casually at the 5 protectors. He said, "Xian Zhan, Xian Ming, Donglin, Yen Shui, Bai Yu, Han Xian, the 5 of you can leave first. I have some matters to discuss with the 2 seniors." "If that's the case, the 5 of us won't disturb the leader any longer." Xian Zhan nodded with a smile. He clasped his fist at Gongsun Ji before withdrawing with the protectors. Su Jiping and Huang Fu Gi's eyes immediately narrowed when they saw this. They looked at each other in surprise, but they seemed to think of something soon afterwards. They immediately asked, "Has the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance accepted you as its master?" Gongsun Ji had been observing Su Jiping and Huang Fu Gi's expressions the entire time. When he saw the surprise in their eyes, he immediately felt complacent. He said proudly, "The artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance has already awakened. With the support of the artifact spirit, I have complete control over the 5 of them. Moreover, I have the right to choose the final 3 protector swords. Once the artifact spirit recovers some of its power, I will let the remaining protector swords choose a master." Su Jiping and Huang Fu Gi were immediately overjoyed when they heard that. Why had they become Gongsun Ji's subordinates for so long? It was all so that their clans could control a protector sword. Now that their wish was finally about to come true, the 2 of them were naturally overjoyed. Chapter 3106. After leaving the Radiant Saint Hall, Su Jiping and Huang Fu Gi traveled side by side. With a single step, they left the Radiant Saint Hall. They crossed close to half the distance of the desolate plain and appeared on the top of a mountain. The mountain peak reached into the clouds. It was extremely steep. The 2 of them stood with their hands behind their backs as they stared at the surging sea of clouds. Their eyes were deep. Gongsun Ji still hasn't given up on destroying the Martial Soul Mountain. Has he not suffered enough losses on the cloud plain in the past few years? After a moment of silence, Huang Fu Gi of the Mid-Heaven clan spoke first. He said sternly. There was even a sliver of lingering fear in the depths of his eyes. The battle on the cloud plain in the past was truly shocking. Even the ancestor of the Divine Blade sect, a 3rd heavenly layer Grand Prime, was slain outside the cloud plain. Afterwards, the news of the death of the Blue Sky Venerable on planet Wando shook up the saint's world. I recently heard that the Martial Soul lineage suddenly descended on the Ice Pole Plain and engaged in a great battle with the greatest organization on the Ice Pole Plain, the Snow Sect. The Rain Abbess also took part in that battle. Moreover, the Rain Abbess engaged in an intense battle with the greatest expert of the Snow Sect, the Bingyun Ancestor. In the end, she defeated the Bingyun Ancestor. Su Jiping said slowly before sucking in a deep breath, "I've heard of the Bingyun Ancestor. It's said that she's equivalent to a 7th heavenly layer Grand Prime, yet she still lost to the Rain Abbess. The Rain Abbess' strength really is unimaginable." Huang Fu Gi became stern when he heard that. He said, "The Rain Abbess of the Delight Plain has hidden herself far too well. It looks like it's extremely likely that the Blue Sky Venerable's death was caused by the Rain Abbess. Moreover, we can tell from the matters on the Cloud Plain and the Ice Pole Plain that the Rain Abbess is clearly protecting the Martial Soul lineage. I can predict that the Rain Abbess will never spare us if we continue to move against the Martial Soul lineage. Although the protector swords of the Radiant Saint Hall are very powerful, they still can't threaten the Rain Abbess. The Rain Abbess only needs to use some tricks, and she can banish the protectors of the Radiant Saint Hall to the depths of space. However, the Rain Abbess with our strength, we can imagine the outcome. But in order to obtain a Protector Saint's sword, the two of us have already paid so much. Now that we're about to get what we want, we can't back down. Brother Huangfu, do you think we should look for the martial soul lineage or not? Su Zhiping said sternly. He feared the Rain Abbess' strength, but the protector swords of the Radiant Saint Hall were also extremely important to the Su family. He was stuck in a dilemma. A sliver of viciousness appeared in Huangfu Gi's eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, "Of course we have to. Our two clans have already paid far too much for a protector sword. We can't shrink back at a time like this. As long as we act appropriately when it comes to the martial soul lineage, we won't be in too much trouble. Let's leave the martial soul lineage to Gongsun Ji and the others. We're only responsible for searching and dealing with Gongsun Kid. The Rain Abbess fury is not something our Mid-Heaven clan and Su family can endure." Afterwards, the Su family and the Mid-Heaven clan on the desolate plain sent out many experts as well. They began to search for the martial soul lineage through the various methods they knew. This was because the martial soul lineage never had a fixed location. Their final resting place, the Martial Soul Mountain, was not on the 49 Great Plains or the 81 Great Planets of the Saints' world. Instead, it drifted through space aimlessly. It would never stop. As a result, finding the exact location of the Martial Soul Mountain was not an easy task for most peak experts. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months passed. Today, the heartless child, who had been waiting for several months at the highest floor of the Bone Tower, seemed to have lost his patience. He paced back and forth as his face was filled with worry. Why hasn't she done anything yet? Why hasn't she done anything yet? It's already been several months. Why hasn't the Anata Grand Exalt killed the Wind Venerable yet? The heartless child murmured to himself. As time went on, he became more and more uneasy. He was afraid that something unexpected would happen. Heartless, you need to be a little more patient. At our level of cultivation, 10,000 years is just a flick of a finger. The Anata Grand Exalt naturally became exhausted from the battle in the chaotic space. Let alone a few months, it'll take several tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years for a sovereign like her to recover, the master of the myriad bone building said calmly. He was extremely composed. But I just can't help but feel anxious. Sigh, why does it feel like these few months have been longer than several million years? Although the heartless child understood this principle, this kind of waiting with great anticipation felt like years to him. It made him feel tormented inside. Heartless, you need to remain calm. The Wind Venerable's fate has already been decided. He's powerless to reverse the situation. Moreover, we can tell that the Anata Grand Exalt plans on working with the Bloodtear Grand Exalt and the Grand Exalt of All Heaven to kill their way into the chaotic space again, from how the Grand Exalt of All Heaven borrowed the spirit-severing sword. At a time like this, the Anata Grand Exalt obviously can't care about the Wind Venerable. The Wind Venerable is an undefeatable existence in our eyes, but he's nothing in the eyes of the Anata Grand Exalt. The Master of the Myriad Bone Building said calmly. The Master of the Myriad Bone Guild said leisurely. He was not flustered at all, as if victory was already in his grasp. Let the Anata Grand Exalt slow down. Once the Anata Grand Exalt is free, the Wind Venerable will be dead for sure. Brother, you're the most composed. I'm the one who's been impatient. If that's the case, let's wait a little longer. The heartless child calmed down very soon. After a moment of thought, he looked at the master of the myriad bone building and smiled with interest. It's boring waiting anyway. Brother, why don't we make a bet? Let's bet on when the Wind Venerable will die. The master of the myriad bone building was stunned before chuckling. Bet on when the Wind Venerable will die. Interesting, interesting. All right, I'll bet with you. I bet that the Wind Venerable will only live for 100 years at most before he dies to the Anata Grand Exalt. Then I'll bet 10 years. I bet that the Wind Venerable will only live for another 10 years at most. In the Ice Pole Province, Shui Yunlan currently stood in a world of ice and snow in a small world that had been hidden deeply. She stared at the domain of ice that permeated with coldness with anticipation and nervousness. At this moment, a figure gradually appeared in the domain of ice that could not be seen with the naked eye or approached with the senses of the soul. When Shui Yunlan saw the figure, she immediately called out eagerly, "Jianchen, how is it? All right, how's Her Majesty right now?" The figure that had emerged from the domain of ice was Jianchen. Jianchen's complexion was ugly. His face was sunken, and he seemed to be extremely depressed. He dragged himself out of the domain of ice step by step, leaving behind deep footprints in the snow. Jianchen's expression immediately made Shui Yunlan's heart tighten. She arrived before Jianchen and asked nervously and urgently, "Jianchen, what's wrong with Her Majesty? Say something. What happened to Her Majesty?" "You don't have to worry. Sister is fine. She's fine." Jianchen was rather dejected. His voice was heavy, and it was filled with undisguised sorrow. As soon as he finished speaking, the ice domain behind him suddenly changed. An extremely powerful law of ice seemed to have awakened from a deep slumber. It directly materialized, turning into divine chains of order. They interwove into a huge net that covered the entire ice domain. Immediately, heavenly music rang out from nowhere. It was like the music of the great ways. With the profound music of the great ways, it rang through the entire world. At the same time, an invisible suction seemed to appear from the domain of ice. The suction was startlingly great, and it actually began to absorb all the energy and essence in the surroundings at an extremely terrifying speed. Immediately, violent winds rose up in the miniature world. The origin energy that permeated the place all turned into fierce winds at that moment, surging into the domain of ice wildly. Shui Yunlan froze. The changes in the world seemed to make her realize something. She immediately burst into tears as she stared at the domain of ice before her in great excitement. Afterwards, she dropped to her knees and sobbed emotionally, "Her Majesty, Her Majesty, Her Majesty has finally returned, Her Majesty has finally returned. This day has finally come." Jianchen also stared at the domain of ice before him deeply as mixed feelings filled his heart. He said gently, "Take out all the resources. Second sister needs these resources to recover her cultivation. The origin energy in this miniature world will run out very soon." As if she had just woken up from a dream, Shui Yunlan immediately took out her space ring in a hurry and took out all the cultivation resources inside. Immediately, various heavenly resources, God-tier pills, and colorful divine crystals were piled up into small mountains. With so many heavenly resources gathered together, just the light they gave off dyed the sky red. In the next moment, an invisible suction swept over. Afterwards, they discovered that the energy within the heavenly resources, God-tier pills, colorful divine crystals, and other resources was flowing away at an indescribable rate, turning into visible vortexes of energy that surged into the domain of ice. God-tier pills that contained tremendous amounts of energy were reduced to dust one after another, while swathes of heavenly resources were reduced to withered twigs one after another. The colorful divine crystals that had been piled up into a small mountain rapidly shrank as well. The miniature world seemed to possess some sort of amplification effect, allowing the snow goddess to receive the assistance of the world when she woke up in the domain of ice, allowing her to absorb energy far faster than the outside world, allowing her to recover to her peak condition in the shortest amount of time possible. Jianchen secretly assessed the various resources that were being rapidly consumed. He said, "These resources probably aren't enough for second sister to recover to her peak condition." Afterwards, Jianchen took out Gusta's fleshly core from his space ring. He stared at the domain of ice with mixed feelings and murmured, "Second sister, this is probably the last time your fourth brother will help you. I hope you can recover to your peak condition as soon as possible." From today onwards, no matter what you become, no matter whether you still recognize me as your fourth brother or not, you will always be my second sister in my heart. Shui Yunlan, take me out. Jianchen left Gusta's fleshly core behind before turning around and making his way into the distance. His steps were heavy, leaving behind deep footprints in the snow. He seemed lonely and desolate. You should leave this place, or else. Shui Yunlan's expression became extremely mixed. She opened her mouth, but she did not finish her sentence in the end. Chapter 3107. Jian Chen left the miniature world and reappeared in outer space near the ice pole plain. He did not use his original appearance. Instead, he used a mask to disguise himself as a stranger. Afterwards, he concealed his presence and carefully hid his tracks before flying towards the ice pole plain. His return did not occur. This was because the miniature world was personally created by the ice goddess. As a result, when the entrance opened, it was completely undetectable. There was no energy, nor did it cause any ripples in space. Jian Chen successfully entered the ice pole plain. Clearly, he had a lot on his mind, so he did not use the laws of space to travel as usual after arriving on the ice pole plain. Instead, he flew in the direction of the Tianhe clan at a very normal speed. He seemed to be in a daze. After flying for several days, Jianchen finally arrived at the Tianhe clan. Before long, he disguised himself as He Qianqi again and swaggered into the Tianhe clan. "It's Great Elder He Qianqi. You've returned, Great Elder." Immediately, the peaceful Tianhe clan fell into an uproar. Many disciples came to greet him, and even elders who were infinite primes hurried over from afar. Excitement flickered in their eyes as they bowed towards He Qianqi politely. There were even quite a few elders who looked at He Qianqi with gazes that were filled with undisguised passion and worship. Aside from the regular elders, there were a few great elders who were chaotic primes as well. They flew over from the depths of the Tianhe clan. As they greeted He Qianqi amicably, doubt and curiosity appeared in their eyes. The disturbance in the snow sect had already spread across the entire ice pole plain. Some disciples with weaker cultivations might still be in the dark, but the great elders knew quite a lot behind the scenes. In particular, the great elders of the Tianhe clan, who understood He Qianqi extremely well, had already guessed that the He Qianqi before them was not the person they knew. Instead, an outsider had taken his place. However, this matter was clearly supported and tacitly approved by Ancestor Lan. Therefore, even though the great elders of the Tianhe clan knew that the He Qianqi in front of them was not the real He Qianqi, they did not dare to point it out. Jianchen remained silent as he disguised himself as He Qianqi. He did not say anything at all, directly heading towards the depths of the Tianhe clan. Soon after Jianchen's return, within the snow sect of the greatest organization on the ice pole plain. "What did you say? He Qianqi of the Tianhe clan has returned? Is that true?" Ancestor Xianji's expression became solemn when he heard the report. He said in a deep voice, "Ancestral Master Bingyun has given strict orders. Once He Qianqi returns, we must inform her immediately." Ancestor Black Extreme didn't dare to hesitate for a moment. He immediately got up and left, reporting the news of He Qianqi's return to Ancestral Master Bingyun as quickly as possible. At the same time, the three ancestors of the Cold Wind sect received news of He Qianqi's return as well. They all became stern. Since He Qianqi has emerged from the miniature world, it must have been opened. Did the two of you sense anything? Ancestor Qi Feng glanced at the two other Grand Primes of the Cold Wind sect sternly. "We didn't sense anything at all. The miniature world is just too well hidden. It's blocked off everything. No matter what we do, it's useless." The two other ancestors shook their heads in disappointment. Ancestor Qi Feng sighed softly when he heard that. He said, "It's a miniature world created by the Ice Goddess after all. We're still a little too far away from her level of cultivation. Whatever. Old man, go to the Tianhe clan personally and ask about the ice goddess. The Tianhe clan remained in the same alchemy room on the flying snowy peak. Ancestor Lan had his back towards Jianchen as he faced the cauldron. He seemed to place all of his attention on the cauldron. Jianchen stood behind Ancestor Lan emotionlessly. He was in low spirits, directly stating his request to learn alchemy. He had obtained this from the Tianhe clan by exchanging the soil of Godblood. Ancestor Lan had no reason to turn him down. You're in low spirits right now and your emotions are unstable. Your mental state has been greatly affected, so it's not suitable for you to comprehend the way of pills. You should recover first. Once you've recovered to your peak condition, you can come here and comprehend the way of pills. Ancestor Lan's voice rang out. It was pleasant like the sounds of nature. Jianchen clasped his fist. Just when he was about to leave, Ancestor Lan's voice rang out again. Hold on for now. The Snow Sect's founder Bingyun and Ancestor Qi Feng have come to visit. They probably want to learn some information about the Snow Goddess from you. Before long, the Tianhe clan opened their doors. They held an extremely grand ceremony to welcome the Bingyun and Ancestor Qi Feng. Ancestor Lan temporarily left the alchemy room and accompanied them personally. He received the two of them on the flying snowy peak. The two of them were 6th Heavenly Layer Grand Primes. In the Tianhe clan, only Ancestor Lan had the right to stand on the same level as the Bingyun and Ancestor Qi Feng. The Bingyun and Ancestor Qi Feng had both come because of the Snow Goddess, so as soon as they arrived, they cut straight to the chase. They asked Jianchen, who was disguised as He Qianqi, about the Snow Goddess. Their voices were filled with concern, as if they hoped the Snow Goddess would return soon. Jianchen, who was disguised as He Qianqi, calmed himself down. He clasped his fist at the two of them and said, "Seniors, don't worry. The esteemed Snow Goddess is currently recovering. I believe she'll return formally before long." The Bingyun and Ancestor Qi Feng were overjoyed by this. They both left the Tianhe clan excitedly and eagerly. However, the Bingyun ancestor's excitement and eagerness came from the bottom of her heart. As for Ancestor Qi Feng of the Frigid Wind sect, his face immediately sank as soon as he left the Tianhe clan. Before long, Jianchen left the Tianhe clan as well. He did not continue to use He Qianqi's identity. Instead, he disguised himself as a divine king and wandered around the ice pole plain in sorrow. His sister, Changyang Mingyue, had recovered the Snow Goddess memories from her past life. With the Snow Goddess' innate coldness, he knew that the next time he saw his sister, she might not be the same person from his memories. This was because compared to the Snow Goddess' long life, his sister only had a few hundred years of memories. It was just too insignificant, like a drop in the ocean. She would definitely be dominated by the Snow Goddess memories. As for Jianchen himself, he could not avoid standing on the opposite side of the Ice Goddess Hall due to his identity. He really didn't know what kind of scene it would be the next time he saw his second sister. However, when he thought about the day when he might actually clash with his sister, he could not help but feel a stabbing pain in his heart. Jianchen wandered aimlessly through the desolate icy plains like a ghost. A jug of alcohol had appeared in his hand at some unknown time. He drank as he walked. His steps were unsteady, and he staggered as if he was drunk. At his level of cultivation, it was basically impossible for him to get drunk. However, it was not the alcohol that made him drunk. He was willing to immerse himself in this muddle-headed state. This was because he might have lost the sister from his memories forever. He might have lost the family that had doted on him since he was young forever. Jianchen staggered. He crossed over harsh icy plains one after another, crossing towering mountains one after another. In the end, after walking for who knows how long, a bustling city of ice and snow suddenly appeared up ahead. Jianchen held a jug of alcohol and drank as he walked. He reeked of alcohol, causing the passers-by to frown and stay away. he directly made his way into the city. As soon as he entered the city, he immediately sensed a familiar presence. Without any hesitation, Jianchen followed the presence and arrived at the very center of the city in the end. There was an extremely luxurious restaurant. At this moment, a ruddy old man sat by the window alone and drank. He stared at the passers-by below with his aged eyes as a deep sense of loneliness appeared. Chapter 3108. Right now, Yun Wufeng had hidden his cultivation, so he did not give off any pulses of energy at all. He seemed just like an ordinary old man. Unless his cultivation had reached a certain level, no one would have thought that the person sitting there was actually a chaotic prime. Even among the peak organizations on the ice pole plane, someone like that would be a great elder of great authority. Their status was extremely great. Jianchen gulped down large mouthfuls of alcohol from the jug. He tottered as he made his way up the stairs, directly making his way towards Yun Wufeng's table. Arriving before Yun Wufeng's table, Jianchen placed the jug of alcohol heavily on the table. With a heavy thud, the entire inn shook gently. The jug of alcohol was not large, but it seemed to weigh a ton. Yun Wufeng immediately frowned when he saw the unfamiliar man who had come uninvited. He became impatient and he said sternly, "Sir, there's someone here. You've come to the wrong place." "Senior Yun, it's me," Jianchen said. His voice was also deep, but it was slightly hoarse. Yun Wufeng's face changed. The familiar voice allowed him to understand the identity of the person before him in a single instance. He looked at Jianchen before him. Looking at the unfamiliar face, he could not help but shake his head secretly. Even now, he was still unable to confirm which one was Jianchen's true appearance. "What's wrong with you?" Yun Wufeng asked. He stared at the dejected Jianchen with some concern and doubt. Although he had not known Jianchen for very long, they had fought together in the past after all. As a result, he deeply understood that the person before him was not someone to be trifled with. Once he started killing, he would show no mercy at all. Moreover, his methods were unfathomable and endless. Even the great elder of the Moon God Hall, Yu Wuguang, had suffered greatly at his hands, dying in the end. Therefore, in Yun Wufeng's heart, Jianchen had long been labeled as a vicious and merciless person. Yet now, such a cold-blooded and decisive figure had actually revealed such a dejected and sorrowful appearance, and this caused Yun Wufeng to be extremely surprised. I might lose a loved one forever." Jianchen's voice was rather muffled. With that, he grabbed the jug of alcohol and gulped it down. After gulping it down, he slammed the jug that seemed to weigh 1,000 kilograms on the table heavily. He grabbed a piece of bone on the table without any hesitation and began to chew on it. With a thought from Yun Wufeng, an invisible power immediately protected the table. The table was just an ordinary item, so it could not withstand too much power. "Your loved ones are in danger?" Yun Wufeng asked in concern. He was filled with doubt. Not only was the mysterious person before him powerful, but he was also on good terms with the Tianhe clan as well. Apart from that, he could even speak for the heavenly demon religion that all the peak organizations in the Ice Pole province feared. With such an identity and background, Yun Wufeng believed that he could do whatever he wanted in the Ice Pole province. What kind of danger could he not resolve easily? Jianchen shook his head. He was in low spirits, and the light in his eyes was unfocused. He said softly, "In the clan I was born in, I have 2 brothers and 1 sister. When I was very young, I was discovered to have no talent for cultivation, so I was neglected for a very long time in the clan. At that time, my position in the family was so low that even the servants could bully me. Even my biological father ignored me. At that time, in the entire family, the only people who could make me feel warmth, apart from my mother, was my second sister. My second sister brought me endless beautiful memories of my childhood. That experience is engraved in my bones and my heart. It is an eternal imprint that can never be erased. Jianchen seemed to have finally found someone to talk to when he saw Yun Wufeng. It was also like he had finally found someone to pour out his grievances to after being suppressed to the extreme. He poured out all the emotions that had accumulated in his heart, slowly revealing the pain in his heart. Yun Wufeng said nothing. He was like a listener, quietly listening to Jianchen's story. The light of curiosity flickered in his aged eyes. This was because Jianchen was extremely mysterious in his eyes. Even his true identity was a secret. This was the first time he had learned a little about Jianchen's past. My second sister has always been very good to me. She was like that when I was young, and she was still like that when I grew up. In order for me to increase my strength, she was willing to let her cultivation be affected to share a portion of her extremely precious resources with me. It was only later that I found out that my second sister was actually the reincarnation of some big shot. Now, the memories belonging to that big shot will also return. Once my second sister recovers the memories of her previous life, she will completely become a different person. As for me, due to certain reasons, I might become enemies with my second sister, or even clash weapons with her. When he mentioned clashing weapons, Jianchen's heart seemed to be stabbed viciously, and it began to twitch violently. That was something he did not want to see the most. However, he also understood that there were many things in this world that were out of his control. Sigh. Compared to the old man, you're already very lucky because at the very least, that relative of yours is still alive. She still exists in this world. No matter how your relationship develops in the future, at the very least, she's still around. As for the old man, he's all alone now. He has no one to care about. Yun Wufeng let out a long sigh. At that moment, he seemed to have aged even more. Originally, the old man still had little Yu. Although little Yu was not related to the old man by blood at all, the old man had already treated her as his own granddaughter. But now, little Yu is no longer here. The old man does not even know if little Yu is alive or dead. Little Yu is probably no longer here. Yun Wufeng's eyes were hollow, and there was an unconcealable sorrow in them. The two of them, one old and one young, both grieving for the loss of their loved ones, started a long conversation in the restaurant. They told each other about the sad things in their hearts, as if they were venting the grief that had accumulated in their hearts. Jianchen remained in the restaurant for 7 whole days. Who knew how much he had drunk during those 7 days? The alcohol had splattered all over his clothes, and he was already filled with the smell of alcohol. If it were not for an invisible layer of energy isolating the area, preventing the sound and smell of alcohol from leaking out, he probably would have filled the entire restaurant with the smell of alcohol long ago. 7 days later, Jianchen seemed to have finally thought it through. He slowly emerged from the grief of losing his loved ones and said, "Actually, Senior Yun is right. Although I might have lost second sister forever, at the very least, she's still alive and well. It doesn't matter how second sister treats me in the future or whether she acknowledges me in the future. None of that matters anymore. As long as I still have second sister in my heart, that's enough. Second sister, no matter what happens to you in the future, you'll always be my second sister. That will never, ever change." Jianchen stood up, and his dispiritedness vanished. He drank all the remaining alcohol in the flagon and laughed aloud. He casually tossed the flagon out the window before silently vanishing. Chapter 3109. Jianchen returned to the Tianhe clan. This time, his mind had completely recovered, and he had returned to his peak condition. It was as if what had happened to Changyang Mingyue could no longer affect him. While he grieved over the past few days, he had also become much more open-minded. He had completely let go of some things that he needed to let go of. Jianchen met the Lan ancestor again in the same alchemy room on the soaring snow peak of the 3 ancestral peaks of the Tianhe clan. He brought up his idea of comprehending pills again. This time, Ancestor Lan did not turn him down. She happily agreed to Jianchen's request and said, "Just stay here and comprehend the way of pills." You don't need to use He Qianqi's identity anymore. Yes, Senior. Afterwards, Jianchen dismissed his thoughts and eliminated all distracting thoughts. He stayed on the soaring snow peak at ease and comprehended the way of pills without any distractions. Now that he had dealt with his sister's matter and Fairy Haoyue's fate was unknown, Jianchen's final objective on the ice pole plane was to refine pills. At the same time, comprehending the way of pills and reaching a certain level of mastery was extremely important to Jianchen. This was because he needed Divine King Grass to refine Divine King Pills before taking enough Divine King Pills to the Darkstar world so that he could obtain 10 droplets of Essence Blood from the Darkstar race. This was the only way for the current Jianchen to undo the seal on the primeval Divine Hall with his own strength. Jianchen, you have no foundation in the way of pills at all, so if you want to learn alchemy, you'll have to start from the beginning. I'll pass on some basic knowledge to you first, Ancestor Lan said slowly. She extended a finger and immediately, a tremendous amount of information was sent into Jianchen's head. Even though it was only some basic knowledge of the way of pills, the basic knowledge Ancestor Lan passed on to Jianchen was so vast and encompassed so much that it obviously surpassed many alchemy clans in the Saints' world. Even with Jianchen's current level of cultivation, he was unable to digest it all in a short amount of time. Jianchen subconsciously sat cross-legged in the void, closed his eyes, and began absorbing with all his might. He had a feeling that the introductory alchemy knowledge imparted to him by Ancestor Lan was much richer, more comprehensive, and more detailed than the alchemy knowledge of Master Qing Mo, the alchemy grandmaster he came in contact with. After an hour, Jianchen finally opened his eyes. After this period of absorption, he had mastered all the alchemy knowledge that Ancestor Lan had imparted to him. He was also familiar with the combination of different types of herbs and many other knowledge. The only thing he lacked was practice. You've grasped the introductory alchemy knowledge so quickly. That's much faster than I had imagined. I can tell that you also possess quite a high ability to comprehend the way of pills, Ancestor Lan said with some surprise. Ancestor Lan's voice rang out with a hint of surprise. She paused for a moment before continuing. Since you're already familiar with the basics of alchemy, you can try refining pills now. In the Saints' world, every era, every region, and even every alchemy organization have different names for pills of different grades. They have different classifications. As for me, pills are divided into 3 levels. These 3 levels are also the most recognized names in the world. I call the first level spiritual pills. Normally, spiritual pills are pills that mortal realm cultivators and sainthood cultivators come in contact with. The second level, I call it the saint pill. Saint pills are basically passed down between origin realm cultivators and godhood cultivators. The saint pills of our saints' world correspond to the immortal pills of the immortals' world. The third level is god pills that primordial realm cultivators come in contact with. God pills are also the pills of the highest level recognized by the 6 worlds right now because there has never been a pill that has surpassed God pills in the known history of the 6 worlds. Here are some refining methods for spirit pills. They cover low-grade, middle-grade, high-grade, and top-grade spirit pills of different grades. Go and study them yourself. When you can refine a top-grade spirit pill, come and find me. Ancestor Lan passed on some more alchemy knowledge to Jianchen before letting Jianchen refine pills by himself. After leaving Ancestor Lan's alchemist, Jianchen found an empty spot on the flying snow peak. Afterwards, he took out a low-quality god artifact Divine Hall and placed it on the snowy ground. He turned around and entered the Divine Hall, beginning to refine pills in seclusion. Jianchen took out the fortune jade seat in the Divine Hall. He comprehended the way of pills as he refined pills. He did not lack pill furnaces. He had many pill furnaces of various grades in his space ring. They were all spoils he had obtained in the past. As for heavenly resources, there was obviously no need for him to worry about them since he had Ancestor Lan, a Grandmaster Alchemist, and the wealth of the Tianhe clan. Refining pills of low quality did not touch upon the laws of pills. What mattered was the understanding and knowledge of the way of pills, the use of medicinal ingredients, the control of fire, and so on. With Jianshan's current level of cultivation, refining pills was naturally not too difficult. After many failures and using up some low-quality heavenly resources, he managed to refine various supreme-grade pills in just a year. Afterwards, Jianshan went to Ancestor Land's place to learn how to refine Saint Pills. Saint Pills corresponded to the immortal pills of the immortals world. Once Saint Pills were involved, the difficulty would immediately multiply. This was because refining Saint Pills already touched upon the laws of pills. Not only did refining Saint Pills require great skill, but it also required the combination and use of various medicinal ingredients. The most difficult aspect was that every single Saint Pill needed to be nurtured and refined with the laws of pills. If you want to refine Saint Pills, you need to comprehend the way of pills first. Only when your comprehension of the way of pills reaches a certain level will you be able to refine a Saint Pill, Jianshan thought to himself. He was as calm as still water as he sat on the fortune jade seat. He carefully recalled all the knowledge that Ancestor Lan had explained to him about the way of pills. However, the progress of his alchemy path had slowed down, and it was far from being as smooth as when he was refining spirit pills. Recently, the Tianhe clan had not been peaceful, as something that could affect the fate of the clan to a certain extent was happening in the clan. All of this was because the current patriarch of the Tianhe clan had successfully become a chaotic prime. He had become a great elder. According to the rules of the Tianhe clan, the patriarch was usually an infinite prime. Once he broke through to chaotic prime, he would immediately step down from his position as patriarch of the Tianhe clan and retreat behind the scenes. Right now, the position of patriarch of the Tianhe clan was in a sensitive period where the old and the new were replaced. Although the three ancestors stood above everything in the Tianhe clan and could decide the fate of the entire clan, the three ancestors did not do much. However, the three old ancestors usually didn't care about the affairs of the Sky Crane clan. Most of the major and minor matters within the Sky Crane clan were basically decided by the clan master. The patriarch of the Tianhe clan could use many of the clan's resources and power. As a result, the position of patriarch of the Tianhe clan was also a symbol of authority. Chapter 31:10. I believe that He Zhan is the best candidate for the next patriarch of the Tianhe clan. He has been in the heavens spying hall of our Tianhe clan for over 100,000 years, and he has always been a hall lord. He has collected a lot of important information for our Tianhe clan. He has made great contributions, He Zhan? I have no objections to this person being the next patriarch. He Zhan's ability is obvious to everyone. His talent is not weak, and most importantly, He Zhan's intelligence surpasses others. He has great ambitions, and he is indeed the best choice to manage the Sky Crane clan. I suggest that we let He Rufeng be the next patriarch. I'm sure everyone is familiar with He Rufeng. Not only is he one of the Qilin children of our Tianhe clan, but his talent is unprecedented. In just 10,000 years, he has become an infinite prime. There's no doubt that he'll become a chaotic prime in the future. As a matter of fact, there's even a slight chance that he'll become one of the ancestors of our Tianhe clan. He Rufeng was one of the Supreme Divine King's descendants in the past. His talent was extraordinary, and his battle prowess was unrivaled. He is indeed the pride of our Tianhe clan, as well as the future of our Tianhe clan. However, with He Rufeng's personality, he's not suitable for a position in the clan. The great elders of the Tianhe clan gathered around a large, round table as they discussed the future successor of the Tianhe clan intensely. Everyone spoke freely, suggesting candidates one after another. It was an intense debate. The Sky Crane clan was one of the top 3 clans in a faction. Naturally, there was a clear division within the clan. With many grand elders as the leaders, they formed many interest groups or branches. These grand elders naturally hoped that the people on their side could obtain the authority to control the Sky Crane clan. In front of this large round table, there were 3 old men with white hair and ruddy complexions. They sat alone with their eyes closed. The 3 of them did not make any comments, as if they were not interested in the next patriarch. The 3 of them were the most respected great elders of the Tianhe clan. This was not only because they were the most senior, but also because they were all 9th heavenly layer chaotic primes. However, just at this moment, the expressions of the 3 grand elders who were sitting alone and ignoring the affairs of the world changed. Their tightly shut eyes opened at the same time. The 3 of them looked at each other, and shock appeared in their eyes. "All right, let's stop discussing. The next patriarch of the Tianhe clan has already been decided," said one of the 3 great elders. At this moment, one of the 3 great elders spoke. His aged voice was hoarse, but it carried an unquestionable command. All the great elders who were arguing shut up when they heard that. They could not help but look at the great elder who had spoken as respect filled their faces. This was because the great elder was a living fossil in the Tianhe clan. He had lived for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. In terms of seniority, even Ancestor Lan of the Tianhe clan had to call him great-grandfather. "Elder Tian, may I ask who the next patriarch will be?" A great elder could not help but ask. The old man referred to as Elder Tian narrowed his eyes slightly and said with a hoarse voice, "The next patriarch will be He Bai." "He Bai? How can it be him?" However, when the grand elders heard the name He Bai, they were all stunned. Soon after, disbelief and disbelief appeared on their faces. "Elder Tian, did you make a mistake? This He Bai's performance in our Sky Crane clan is nothing special. Furthermore, his own ability is not very outstanding. To let such a person take over the clan, I'm afraid that this is not very suitable, yeah. Elder Tian, if you choose an outstanding junior to be the patriarch, we have nothing to say. However, He Bai really doesn't have the ability to take on such a great responsibility." Many of the grand elders voiced their objections. Elder Tian sighed gently and said, "You're right. He Bai's abilities aren't outstanding in any aspect. He is indeed mediocre, but he has a good daughter." "He Bai's daughter? He Qianqian?" "That's right. He Qianqian is indeed the leading figure of the younger generation of our Tianhe clan. She has reached the level of the Divine King before the age of 1,000, but there are countless juniors with talent like He Qianqian in the history of our clan. Who knows how many of them have appeared? If you choose He Bai to be the patriarch just because of He Qianqian, Elder Tian, that's extremely inappropriate," a great elder rebutted. He was extremely unwilling to accept this. "Choosing He Bai to be the patriarch isn't our idea. It's an order from Ancestor Lan. Great elders, if you think this is inappropriate, you are welcome to raise your opinions to Ancestor Lan," an elder beside Elder Tian said from the side. He was one of the 3 9th heavenly layer chaotic primes present. "What? This is Ancestor Lan's order. How is that possible? Ancestor Lan has actually chosen He Bai to be the patriarch." As soon as Ancestor Lan's name was mentioned, none of the great elders present dared to speak. All of the great elders who had opposed Ancestor Lan also ceased their banners and drums, not daring to express any dissatisfaction. An extremely luxurious spaceship silently moved through outer space in a certain region of the Saints' world. It moved extremely quickly. 2 young children sat at the bow of the spaceship. They stared at outer space curiously. They were a boy and a girl. The girl was dressed in white. She seemed innocent and carefree. Her large eyes flickered as if she was extremely curious about everything. The boy, on the other hand, was dressed in golden armor. His face was cold, and he had a cold aura that did not match his age. He looked mighty and extraordinary. "I can finally come out and take a look at the outside world. Brother Xiao Jin, where do you think Master is taking us?" Oh, it's been so long since I've seen Brother Jianchen. I miss him so much. I miss Brother Jianchen so much. Brother Xiao, do you think Master will take us to find Brother Jianchen? The girl sitting on the ship's railing and swinging her legs spoke. Her pair of innocent and flawless eyes were filled with hope. I don't know. The boy who radiated with a presence of slaughter said coldly. Afterwards, he seemed to recall something from the past that had been sealed away in the depths of his memories. His cold eyes could not help but show a sliver of warmth. He said softly, however, Master said that the Tianyuan family on the cloud plain is still there. Sister Xiaoling, you've been gone for so long. Perhaps we should find some time to go back and take a look. The boy did not seem old, but he possessed a sense of maturity and steadiness that completely did not match his age. The boy and girl were Xiao Jin and Xiaoling, who had come to the Saints' world with Jianchen from the Tianyuan continent. So many years had passed, and Xiaoling had not changed at all. She still maintained the same temperament as before, pure and innocent. As for Xiao Jin, he had completely matured. He now possessed the coldness and determination of someone who had been on the battlefield for a long time. It was obvious with a single glance that he was a vicious person who had crawled out from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Although Xiao Jin's appearance was still exactly the same as before, in reality, the numerous hardships he had experienced in these past few years had already caused him to undergo a tremendous change. At the same time, it was not like Xiao Jin's appearance had not changed. All of this was because his sister Xiao Ling liked to see him like before, which was why Xiao Jin had always maintained his current appearance. But Master said that it's very dangerous outside. There are many, many bad people. Without Master by our side, we'll be bullied by many bad people, Xiao Ling said timidly. Fear filled her naive eyes. Xiao Jin's eyes turned cold, and killing intent immediately surged. Like a god of death, he said coldly, Sister Xiaoling, don't be afraid. Brother Xiao Jin already has enough power to protect you. It's not like I haven't benefited from following Master for all these years. Look, Tianyun. That child is about to become a demon god who kills people like scything flax. At the highest point of the spaceship, Mo Tianyun stood there and gazed at the sea of stars. A black-robed woman was nestled in Mo Tianyun's arms, speaking coquettishly. A rare sliver of gentleness appeared in Mo Tianyun's eyes as he looked at the woman in his arms. He said, if he wants to survive in this world, he needs to learn this. Otherwise, he'll only become a stepping stone for others and die young. The woman in his arms fell silent. She clearly understood this as well. Then where do you plan on going next? When do you plan on returning to the Immortals' world and Demons' world? The black-robed woman continued. A strange light appeared in Mo Tianyun's eyes when he heard her mention the Immortals' world and Demons' world. However, it was mostly coldness. Chapter 31:11. In the forbidden grounds of the Imperial Palace of the Delight Plain, the Rain Abbess stood in a sea of flowers by herself in a graceful manner. She was in a daze. Abbess, this is what you want. I've already gotten the people below to collect it. At this moment, a burly, middle-aged man walked over and passed a space ring to the Rain Abbess. The middle-aged man's presence was extremely powerful. The laws of strength seemed to revolve around him. He was a Grand Prime of the Cloud-Zurge Empire. He was known as the Barbarian Emperor. However, even though the Barbarian Emperor was an ancestor, he still showed undisguised respect towards the Rain Abbess. The Rain Abbess did not look back, nor did she glance at the Barbarian Emperor. She only waved her hand gently, and the Barbarian Emperor's space ring suddenly flew into her hand. She did not say a single word. It was as if the Rain Abbess treated this Grand Prime as nothing. The Barbarian Emperor was not angered by the Rain Abbess' lack of respect at all. Instead, he acted like it was only natural. Just when he was about to leave, he hesitated. Afterwards, he asked rather carefully, Abbess, are you worried because of the martial soul lineage? Has Hun Zong of the martial soul lineage angered you? The Rain Abbess sighed gloomily and said rather powerlessly, Yeah, it's Hun Zong. He's made me extremely angry. Barbarian Emperor, do you have any methods to make Hun Zong remain here forever? With that, the Rain Abbess suddenly thought of the Barbarian Emperor's personality. She could not help but shake her head secretly and smile self-deprecatingly. It's pointless to tell you that. Barbarian Emperor, there's nothing for you to do here. You can leave. The Barbarian Emperor immediately became displeased. He said stubbornly, Abbess, please don't look down on me. At the very least, I have a very good way to deal with your current situation. Tell me about it. The Rain Abbess glanced to the side with interest. I can immediately go to the Martial Soul Mountain and capture Hun Zong. I'll break his arms and legs and cripple his cultivation. That way, he won't be able to leave. However, before the Barbarian Emperor could finish his sentence, a surging pulse of energy suddenly erupted and struck the Barbarian Emperor heavily. With a muffled sound, the Barbarian Emperor was sent flying through the air, instantly vanishing from the forbidden ground. At the same time, the current Emperor, Yi Zhan, gathered the officials in the imperial palace of the Cloud Zurge Empire to deal with important matters of the empire. However, at this moment, a loud sound rang out and the entire palace shook violently. A huge hole had been smashed into the extremely sturdy palace. A figure fell into the palace like a cannonball. After breaking several large pillars, he finally rolled to a corner in a sorry state. Instantly, the imperial court was filled with smoke and dust, and the floor was filled with debris. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Who dares to attack our Cloud Zurge Empire's palace? The imperial court immediately descended into chaos. The presences of many primordial realm experts rose up from various parts of the imperial palace, rapidly approaching the main hall. At this time, the figure who fell in the corner stood up. He patted the dust off his body and said to the civil and military officials in the hall, Don't panic, it's the Emperor. I, the Barbarian Emperor. Barbarian Emperor, why is it you, what's going on? When they saw this figure clearly, all the officials in the imperial court widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. It's nothing. It's nothing. Go do what you need to do. The Barbarian Emperor waved his hand at everyone awkwardly before immediately running back to the forbidden grounds in a sorry state. Abbess did I say something wrong? The Barbarian Emperor stood behind the Rain Abbess in the forbidden grounds. He felt wronged and innocent. Barbarian Emperor, you need to remember that you can provoke me, but you can't go against Hun Zong. The Rain Abbess' voice was clearly rather cold. Yes. I will definitely remember the Abbess' words, the Barbarian Emperor said bitterly. However, he thought to himself, I wouldn't dare to provoke the Abbess even if I were 100 times bolder. Hun Zong of the martial soul lineage is clearly easier to bully. You can leave. The Rain Abbess naturally did not know what the Barbarian Emperor was thinking. She waved her hand at him. However, at this moment, her eyes suddenly narrowed. She suddenly raised her head and looked at the vast cosmos outside the Delight Plain. Her gaze was extremely sharp. Empyrean Demon Lord, I was just worrying about not being able to find you. I never thought you'd come yourself. You've come at the perfect time. It's time to settle the grievances of attacking my Cloud Zurge Empire, the Rain Abbess snorted coldly. She was filled with killing intent. In the next moment, the Rain Abbess suddenly vanished. In a sea of stars very far away from Lu Prefecture, Mo Tianyun was wearing white clothes. He was floating in the sea of stars with his hands behind his back. His gaze was calm as he stared at the palm-sized Lu Prefecture in front of him. With a flash, the Rain Abbess suddenly appeared there. Her face was cold and her gaze was frigid. The killing intent she radiated with was so powerful that it caused countless nearby stars to flicker. Empyrean Demon Lord, I never thought you would still be bold enough to show yourself. I had thought you would hide in a dark corner for the rest of your life, The Rain Abbess glared at Emo Tianyun as she said coldly. Emo Tianyun remained peaceful. He smiled at the Rain Abbess and said, "Rain Abbess, there doesn't seem to be any irreconcilable grievances between the two of us. Why must we fight to the death as soon as we see each other?" The Rain Abbess snorted coldly. She gritted her teeth and said, "No grievances? In the past, your heavenly demon religion invaded my Cloud-Zurge empire and caused immeasurable losses to the empire. Several great elders died to the hands of your heavenly demon religion. Isn't that grievance great enough? There's also the innate orchid of 5 elements planted in my forbidden ground. The innate orchid of 5 elements is a rare item in the saints' world, not to mention that the innate orchid of 5 elements I possess comes from the Xianhuang microcosm. It possesses a sliver of Xianhuang qi, so its value is immeasurable. Such a precious innate orchid of 5 elements was stolen by your heavenly demon religion as well. There's also the innate spiritual mud and innate water I used to nurture the innate orchid of 5 element. Both of them possessed Xianhuang qi, but in the end, they were all stolen by your heavenly demon religion. Your heavenly demon religion first caused great losses to my Cloud-Zurge empire, and then you stole the heavenly resources I viewed as treasures. Isn't that grievance great enough?" The Rain Abbess described the various atrocities the heavenly demon religion had committed in the past one by one. Her fury and killing intent grew stronger and stronger. "Empyrean Demon Lord, you can only repay this grievance with your blood." Suddenly, the Rain Abbess bellowed out furiously. Her presence erupted like a tidal wave as the power of clouds and rain enveloped her. She directly struck out, launching an astonishing strike. The moment she struck out, the bronze scales on the Rain Abbess' neck vanished as well. Immediately, her presence reached a whole new level. Her cultivation directly broke through the limit of the 5th heavenly layer, reaching the 6th heavenly layer. Moreover, she had not just reached the 6th heavenly layer. Her presence was equivalent to the peak of the 6th heavenly layer. The Rain Abbess also knew about the Empyrean Demon Lord's accomplishments, where he had destroyed the Phone clan of the Ice Pole Plane all by himself. As a result, she did not dare to underestimate him this time. She removed the first seal without any hesitation. With the seal removed, even though the Rain Abbess was at the 6th heavenly layer, her battle prowess was far greater than the Ice Pole Plane's founder Bingyun. Without any exaggeration, even though the Rain Abbess was not at the 7th heavenly layer right now, she was no weaker than one at all. His battle prowess was comparable to the 7th heavenly layer. Naturally, his power was enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. The void was unable to withstand this powerful force, and was instantly fragmented into pieces. Many stars collapsed and turned into dust. The Rain Abbess had destroyed an entire region of space with a single strike. Chapter 31:12. The punch was simple and direct, without any fancy movement. However, when it was thrown out, it seemed to contain the power of the entire world, the entire universe, or even the entire world. The indescribably terrifying power seemed to form a huge curtain that swept towards the Rain Abbess like a tidal wave. Immediately, the world shook and the stars trembled. The space where Mo Tianyun and the Rain Abbess stood was enveloped by darkness. The space there had completely shattered, and the huge spatial crack swallowed the two of them. The two of them were just too powerful. They could destroy the world with a single move, and their attacks were earth-shattering. This was no longer the limit of summoning clouds or rain with a flip of their hand. Instead, they could destroy space and shatter stars with a flip of their hand. The space where the Rain Abbess and Mo Tianyun fought had been reduced to eternal darkness. The terrifying power from their attacks prevented the spatial crack from closing up. Instead, it grew larger and larger, constantly expanding into the distance. Furthermore, this was merely the commotion caused by the two of them attacking. The powerful attacks from the two of them had yet to truly collide. Mo Tianyun and the Rain Abbess attacks finally clashed in the spatial crack. The surging energy around them had completely drowned them out. As a result, from afar, it seemed like two tremendous storms of energy had collided with each other at an indescribable speed. Boom! A great rumble immediately rang out from the spatial crack. The two devastating energies collided violently. The storm of energy was so powerful that it was indescribable. With the two of them as the center, all the chaotic streams of space and temporal vortexes within 100 million kilometers forcefully collapsed from the impact. After one strike, Emotion withdrew his fist. His body was as motionless as a mountain. The white robe on his body fluttered in the wind. His aura was like that of a dragon, swallowing the heavens and devouring the earth. He had a domineering and invincible spirit. Around his body were streams of killing power that interfered with the void and affected the flow of time. Before him, the rain abyss was enveloped by the power of clouds and rain. However, at this moment, the power of clouds and rain collapsed in large swathes, as if it had been struck by an unstoppable force. It was constantly being pulverized. She stumbled back uncontrollably in the spatial crack. Every time she took a step in the void, a tremendous force would be released, constantly dissipating the force. However, the power she endured was just too great. It was just too shocking. Even with her current battle prowess, she was unable to resist it. Even though she was at a disadvantage, the rain abyss did not become flustered at all. Instead, her gaze became even colder. There was undisguised fury. Afterwards, the rain abyss seemed to make some sort of decision. She became determined, and in the next moment, the silver scale on her neck suddenly vanished. The moment the silver scale vanished, the rain abyss presence suddenly skyrocketed. Her cultivation and comprehension had actually broken through the limits once again, reaching an even greater height in an unconventional manner. This height had surpassed the range of mid-grand primes. She had completely reached late grand prime. At that moment, the rain abyss seemed to be a seventh heavenly layer grand prime in both cultivation and comprehension. Experts at such a level of cultivation were as rare as phoenix feathers across the entire saint's world. Every single one of them was a terrifying existence that could suppress the heavens. With the increase in cultivation, the rain abyss immediately came to a halt. She stood as steady as a rock, and the power from Emotion's punch was unable to shake her off at all. Afterwards, a sword appeared in the rain abyss hand. With a sweep of the sword, a streak of light immediately shot towards Emotion. The streak of light was not just a streak of light. Instead, it was filled with the power of order from the way of the sword that the rain abyss had comprehended. It was interwoven with the power of clouds and rain. Space split. The moment the sword stabbed out, the rain abyss pointed her other hand at Emotion. She spread her fingers slightly. Immediately, the space around Emotion seemed to be split apart. He seemed to be twisted in jealousy. The space around his head, body, and limbs all changed to different degrees, becoming completely different spaces. The rain abyss wanted to cut Emotion into several pieces with the power of space and the power of the world. Emotion remained composed. He formed a seal with his fingers and used a secret technique. Immediately, a supreme power permeated the surroundings, stabilizing the space there. Afterwards, he reached out, and the laws of order immediately appeared, condensing into a spear with the power of slaughter that stabbed towards the rain abyss. However, after the rain abyss removed her silver scales, her battle prowess had reached a whole new level. She no longer seemed as miserable as when she first clashed with Emotion. The sword in her hand erupted with light as it collided with the spear. With a great boom, Emotion's spear was shattered by the rain abyss. However, the rain abyss did not slow down at all. She wielded her sword as the power of clouds and rain revolved around her. She shot through the air as a blur, arriving before Emotion in an instant. She swung her sword, and a terrifying pressure of the world immediately descended. She had actually used a god-tier battle skill in that instance, and it was of an extremely high grade. The Rain Abbess' current battle prowess was extremely shocking. Coupled with the fact that she possessed such a high-level god-tier battle skill, the power of her strike had reached a level where many 7th Heavenly Layer Grand Primes could not compare to. Even some of the peak 7th Heavenly Layer experts would not have the confidence to block her sword. Emo Tianyun's relaxed expression became rather stern as well. He said, "Your strike can already pose a certain threat to 8th Heavenly Layer experts. Rain Abbess, I believe I've already overestimated you, but your strength has still exceeded my expectations." 9 Godly Arts, Killing Technique. Emo Tianyun's presence suddenly changed. He seemed to have become an extremely vicious beast in that moment. His hands formed claws as he suddenly swung out. This time, his strike was wild. When he swung out his claws, they were earth-shattering. They were extremely domineering, as if they were the most violent and powerful attack in the world. Boom! With a great rumble, the Rain Abbess god-tier battle skill suddenly collapsed. Emo Tianyun's hands formed claws and struck the Rain Abbess barrier mercilessly, causing it to shake violently. The Rain Abbess could not help but stagger a few steps back. However, as Emo Tianyun did not have much power left after shattering the god-tier battle skill, he failed to injure her. However, soon afterwards, the Rain Abbess swung her sword and drew out a path in the air. The heavy pressure of the world descended once again as she used the god-tier battle skill again. She definitely knew more than a single god-tier battle skill. Each one was more powerful than the last. She could use them with ease, completing them with a single thought. She did not need time to charge them up at all. Chapter 31:13. When Emo Tianyun used this move, it seemed to possess the great power to create a vast sea of stars. It was able to mobilize all the power in the sea of stars. Immediately, countless stars flickered as the terrifying power approached. Emo Tianyun used the star extraction ability of the 9 Godly Arts, colliding loudly with the Rain Abbess god-tier battle skill with devastating pressure. Another powerful storm of energy erupted from the spatial crack. It wreaked havoc in the surrounding space with devastating power. Emo Tianyun still had the upper hand in this attack. When the sea of stars slowly disappeared, his imposing body still stood in place, not moving at all. He was like a demon god, giving people a feeling that he was undefeatable. The energy storm that was wreaking havoc in front of Emo Tianyun split on its own when it got close to him. It swept past Emo Tianyun on both sides. As for the Rain Abbess, the force of clouds and rain around her surged. The force of slaughter, which seemed to possess the power of a vast sea of stars, interweaved with her force of clouds and rain, causing her protective barrier to shrink rapidly. Emo Tianyun was just too powerful. Even though the Rain Abbess had used the power of the Silver Scale, directly going from the 5th Heavenly Layer to the 7th Heavenly Layer, and she had used a god-tier battle skill, she struggled to gain the upper hand before Emo Tianyun's 9 Godly Arts. The remaining power of the stars finally shattered all the protective energy around the Rain Abbess with the power of slaughter that was about to run out, exposing her body. Afterwards, she immediately condensed a powerful shield of energy, completely nullifying Emo Tianyun's power. Rain Abbess, even though your strength has skyrocketed and you've become unimaginably powerful, defeating me in your current state is still almost impossible. Emo Tianyun did not continue to attack. Instead, he stood in the air and stared at the Rain Abbess sternly. He did not underestimate her at all, as only he knew that he had only gained the upper hand in their battle. Even if the Rain Abbess' current battle prowess was not his opponent, the difference was not as great as he had imagined it to be. And I can also sense that you will pay quite the price after using this power. The longer you maintain this state, the more damage you'll suffer, continued Emo Tianyun. However, the Rain Abbess remained cold. She did not waver at all. With a cold snort, she swung her sword again, using the laws of space. She had used a god-tier battle skill again. However, this time, it was clearly an ability related to the laws of space. From the outside, the Rain Abyss spatial god-tier battle skill did not seem as shocking as he had imagined it to be. However, Mo Tianyun experienced a different feeling when he was attacked. In Mo Tianyun's eyes, the world around him had undergone an overwhelming change. The Rain Abyss god-tier battle skill with the laws of space had conjured up an illusionary world in a single instance. As the Rain Abyss swung her sword, the entire world erupted with killing light. Countless spatial blades shot out from all directions, surrounding Mo Tianyun in layers and unleashing a storm of attacks. Perhaps the god-tier battle skill did not seem as impressive as the one the Rain Abyss had used before, but the threat it posed was far greater than all the god-tier battle skills she had used before. 9 Godly Arts, Lunar Palm. Mo Tianyun did not panic in the face of danger. He used his secret technique, and the endless river of stars appeared once again. However, compared to the vastness of the star-drawing skill, a huge, round moon appeared in the vast expanse of stars with the lunar palm. The power of the moon palm was clearly stronger than the power of the star extraction. On top of its original foundation, its power had increased once again. However, the Rain Abyss still failed to gain an advantage from the clash. Her god-tier battle skill was destroyed by Mo Tianyun's 9 Godly Arts once again. She was at a disadvantage. 9 Godly Arts, Yang fusing. Suddenly, Mo Tianyun took the initiative to attack. The aura on his body was monstrous, and his fighting spirit was high. Behind him, in the illusory sea of stars, a huge blazing sun appeared, blooming with brilliant light. The sea of stars, the full moon, and the scorching sun appeared at the same time. It was like a perfect painting had been unfurled, forming a corner of the universe. However, at this moment, the painting displayed unimaginable power. It directly crushed towards the Rain Abyss with an irresistible pressure. Immediately, the terrifying pressure surged over before the stars even arrived. The pressure was so powerful that it was enough to make many regular 7th heavenly layer Grand Primes shiver in fear. The Rain Abyss hair danced wildly as her clothes ruffled. She bellowed out at the sky and used her god-tier battle skill again, engaging in an astonishing battle with Mo Tianyun. The spatial crack was filled with storms of energy from their battle. Just the storms of energy were enough to make early Grand Primes shrink back. It had to be mentioned that the Rain Abyss was extremely powerful. Her battle prowess could be described as heaven-defying, and she knew many god-tier battle skills. She rarely met an opponent at the same level of cultivation. However, before Mo Tianyun, she was still suppressed everywhere. Although she did not lose, her disadvantage was very clear. Rain Abyss, since you're so aggressive and refuse to stop, I'll have to offend you then. Mo Tianyun's voice rang out. He moved his hands, drawing the trajectory of the way in the surroundings. He used the secret technique again. 9 Godly Arts, Galaxy Force. Suddenly, the 3 magical powers that Mo Tianyun had used, the power of the stars, the power of the moon, and the power of the sheep, seemed to have fused together in an instant. The 3 completely different powers of the stars, the moon, and the sun fused together perfectly without any flaw at this moment. The perfect fusion of the 3 abilities caused the 9th ability of the 9 Godly Arts to suddenly reach a new level of power. It underwent a qualitative change. The Rain Abyss expression finally changed when she used the Galaxy Force. She became stern like never before. At that moment she felt a great threat. However, the Rain Abyss face became vicious soon afterwards. Her presence suddenly changed, and a profound state enveloped her. The way is in the heavens. The world has me. I am the way of the heavens. The Rain Abyss bellowed out. When she called out, I am the way of the heavens, at the end, the world immediately shook, and the laws resonated together. It was as if a supreme power had suddenly descended with the power to judge all evil in the world. The Rain Abyss had already vanished. A huge, black figure appeared where she stood. It was like a towering demon god, radiating with supreme might. Afterwards, it suddenly extended its huge hand. The hand seemed to contain the limits of all power in the world. It also seemed like the complete way of the world. As the hand extended, all the order in the world was rewritten, giving birth to new laws. Emo Tianyun's galaxy force, which even the Rain Abyss felt threatened by, directly collapsed before the huge hand. All the laws of the ability were rewritten. All the power fell into chaos, collapsing on its own. Chapter 31:14. On Emo Tianyun's body, the power of 9 great god techniques was playing out. Each god technique contained the profound meaning of heaven and earth, and each god technique contained unimaginable power. In the end, the 9 great divine techniques instantly merged into one on his body, transforming into an illusory world. The world was illusory as far as the eye could see, but at a closer glance, there seemed to be a hint of reality within the illusory world. This was a desolate clan that existed between reality and illusion. The laws of the world interweaved as endless matter evolved and grew. The desolate scene seemed like a primordial era. As he used the primordial world, Emo Tianyun's presence immediately reached an unprecedented peak. At that moment, he seemed to possess the power of an entire world, becoming unprecedentedly powerful. Afterwards, he seemed to fuse with the primordial world. He suddenly flew out with the power of the entire world, colliding with the terrifying demonic figure fearlessly. Immediately, the world shook and the laws of the world fell into chaos. The huge demonic figure of the Rain Abyss collided with Emo Tianyun's primordial world with devastating might. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded. The moment the demonic shadow came into contact with the desolation world, it was engulfed by the energy storm that erupted. From the outside, one could only see an incomparably huge energy storm. It was like a budding flower that had just bloomed. It emitted a stunning and dazzling light within the spatial crack and engulfed the entire world. At that moment, whether it was the Rain Abyss or Emo Tianyun, or even the abilities they had used, all vanished. No one could tell the outcome of the clash, let alone who had won. After a very long time, the terrifying storm of energy gradually dispersed. Only then did the Rain Abyss and Emo Tianyun gradually appear. The two of them faced each other from a distance of 100 kilometers. Although they were not injured, they were in varying degrees of horrible shape. The Rain Abyss' luxurious, purple dress was damaged in many places. A small portion of her sleeve had vanished, revealing a small portion of her arm. On the other hand, Emo Tianyun's long hair was disheveled. It fluttered wildly under the impact of the energy storm. Although he seemed to be in a difficult situation, his cold and resolute face imperceptibly added a bit of demonic charm to him. Spurt! At this moment, the Rain Abyss suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. Who knew whether it was because she had been injured by Emo Tianyun or because of the backlash from using too much power? As she coughed up a mouthful of blood, it was without a doubt that she had lost the battle. Rain Abyss, do you accept your loss? Emo Tianyun stood with his arms crossed as he asked emotionlessly. The Rain Abyss' face did not change at all. It was still extremely cold. She immediately stared at the man before her coldly. Empyrean Demon Lord, the reason why you can defeat me is all because of your bloodline. Your bloodline is extremely powerful. Who are you? Who I am is not important to you. I've come this time for 2 reasons. The first is to understand what happened in the past. The second is to cooperate with you, Emo Tianyun said. The Rain Abyss snorted coldly. Understand what happened in the past? In the past, your heavenly demon religion invaded my Cloud Zurge empire and caused immeasurable losses to the empire. You even stole the spiritual materials I nurtured after so much effort. Do you think you can forget all of that with your strength? Empyrean Demon Lord, I admit that you are extremely powerful, but if you think you can defeat me with that, you're far too naive, the Rain Abyss said coldly. The Rain Abyss' voice was icy cold. As she said that, the final golden scale hidden around her neck suddenly began to flicker. A terrifying presence immediately permeated the surroundings. The Rain Abbess seemed to want to remove the final scale regardless of the cost. However, she seemed to have to pay an extremely great price to remove the scale, which made her hesitate slightly. Even though she had already activated the power of the scale, she was unable to make up her mind. However, when the Rain Abbess activated the golden scale, something happened in the Tower of Radiance on the distant desolate plain. At this moment, the Tower of Radiance that was firmly locked down by the grand exalt of Ancient Paths formation suddenly began to shake without any prior signs. The Tower of Radiance was a sovereign artifact after all. Its shaking immediately led to an earthquake in the entire Radiant Saint Hall. The mountains shook as boulders fell. Immediately, the Radiant Saint Hall was shaken up. All the experts were alarmed. The 6 protectors, all the vice leaders, and the elders who had condensed soul trees gathered in the Tower of Radiance as soon as possible. All of them stared at the Tower of Radiance that was shaking violently as they became surprised and doubtful. In an unknown space within the Tower of Radiance, a seemingly powerful but actually extremely weak spirit trembled in excitement. It spoke intermittently, but it was filled with excitement. Emo Tianyun immediately became stern as he sensed the presence from the Rain Abbess golden scale. His eyes narrowed slightly. After a moment of hesitation, Emo Tianyun suddenly raised his right hand slowly. A flying dagger as thin as a cicada's wing appeared above his hand. No, it should not be called a flying dagger. Instead, it seemed more like a claw that had been specially refined to be as thin as a cicada's wing. The claw was covered in inscriptions of the ways, giving off an extremely cold power of slaughter. It gave off an invisible pressure that blanketed the surroundings and swept through the stars. Rain Abbess, I have this on me. Even if you really do use the power, you might not be able to do anything to me. At the very least, I'll be able to retreat safely. But what about you? Once you really do use the power, you'll have to pay a hefty price. Is it worth it to take such a great risk for such a small matter? Emo Tianyun asked. The Rain Abbess' expression changed as she stared at the claw in Emo Tianyun's hand. This was because she could tell with a single glance that the claw was a sovereign artifact. Moreover, it was a sovereign artifact that was extremely compatible with the Empyrean Demon Lord in terms of strength, bloodline, and laws. Chapter 31:15. The Rain Abbess said nothing. She just hovered in the air as she stared at Emo Tianyun emotionlessly. Only the light in her eyes flickered from time to time. Clearly, she was hesitating. She was also weighing the pros and cons inside. Although she already knew that Emo Tianyun possessed a supreme god artifact that was highly compatible with him, the Rain Abbess still showed no fear. The might of a supreme artifact was indeed very strong. Especially in the hands of an expert at Emo Tianyun's level, the supreme artifact could erupt with even more power. However, she also understood just how terrifying the power within the golden scales was. She was confident that once she removed the golden scales, she would definitely be able to suppress Emo Tianyun, who wielded a supreme god artifact. However, when she thought about the price she would have to pay for using the golden scales, the Rain Abbess became extremely hesitant. The power of the golden scales could not be used unless it was a matter of life and death. If she used the power of the golden scales just for the heavenly resources that the heavenly demon religion had stolen from her in the past, it would not be worth it. The innate orchid of 5 elements that had been tainted by Xian Huang Qi was indeed extremely precious, but it was not worth the power of the golden scales. Most importantly, the Rain Abbess herself understood that even if she used the power of the golden scales, she would not necessarily be able to keep the Empyrean Demon Lord here. If he wanted to flee, she would be helpless against a powerful enemy with a supreme god artifact. Not only was the power of the golden scales costly, but it could not be maintained for long either. After a while, the Rain Abbess' overwhelming presence finally receded slowly. Even her cultivation level plummeted, falling from the 7th heavenly layer to the 6th heavenly layer, and then to the 5th heavenly layer. In a single moment, the Rain Abbess recovered her cultivation at the 5th heavenly layer. As her strength fell, the silver and bronze scales that had vanished from her neck reappeared. Emo Tianyun let out a sigh of relief when he saw the Rain Abbess change. He smiled easily and joked, "It's been a very long time since someone has forced me into such a state. Even when I fought against the divine general of the heavenly palace of Bishing in the past, he wasn't qualified to make me use my full strength. However, not only did you make me use my full strength, but you even made me use my Supreme God artifact. Your strength has completely exceeded my expectations." Emo Tianyun's gaze was complicated as he looked at the sharp claw that was as thin as a cicada's wing. He sighed. "Ever since I obtained this supreme divine tool, I have never truly used its power. Moreover, I am not willing to use it. This is because if I use its power, some people might be able to detect me through some special sensing ability. Rain Abbess, it's fortunate that you stopped in time. Otherwise, I would really be in trouble." Emo Tianyun smiled bitterly. "Cut the crap. You need to give me an explanation for the losses your Empyrean demon cult caused to my Cloud Surge Empire in the past, or I will never spare you. Although I can't do anything to you right now, once I completely fuse the power of the first 2 seals, suppressing you will be as easy as flipping my hand. At that time, I can use the power of the 3rd seal at any time." The Rain Abbess said coldly. "Fuse." A gleam of light flashed through Emo Tianyun's eyes when he heard that. He stared at the Rain Abbess in interest and said sternly, "Can the power of the seals be completely converted into your true strength?" Even with Emo Tianyun's mental fortitude and knowledge, he could not help but be shocked when he heard that. In the Saint's world, there were various abilities that could be used to increase one's strength. As a matter of fact, there were various methods that could be used to increase one's strength by harming oneself. However, without any exception, these methods were all temporary. They could only be maintained for a short period of time before they returned to their original state. Emo Tianyun originally thought that the 3 scales on the Rain Abbess neck could only increase her strength temporarily. It was equivalent to some sort of ability or innate ability. However, now that he heard the Rain Abbess say that the power in her scales could be fused, it was rather terrifying. This was because a complete fusion was equivalent to possessing the power permanently. "Empyrean Demon Lord, that's not something you should be concerned about," the Rain Abbess said coldly. A gleam of light flashed through her eyes as she pondered and deduced. She said slowly, "I've suddenly understood a few things. In the past, when your heavenly demon religion attacked my Cloud Surge Empire, a person who shouldn't have appeared. That person's name was Jianshin. In the past, Jianshin would only be a burden with the strength of your heavenly demon religion. To your heavenly demon religion, his strength was insignificant. However, in the end, your heavenly demon religion actually invited an outsider into where I cultivated. And what happened recently on the Ice Pole Plain? Jianshin worked with the Tianhe clan in an attempt to save a female attendant of the Ice Goddess Hall from the Snow Sect. Although I haven't seen Jianshin much, I sent people to investigate him as he is one of the successors of the martial soul lineage. However, according to my understanding of Jianshin, he would never drag everyone from the martial soul lineage to his death if he knew he was no match for them. But in the end, he just happened to do that. Now that I think about it, you must have been the reason why Jianshin asked for help from the martial soul lineage. Moreover, your heavenly demon religion just happened to be on the Ice Pole Plain at that time. The Rain Abbess' gaze suddenly became piercing. She said, "Whether it's Jianshin's intrusion into my Cloud Surge Empire or his request for help from the martial soul lineage because of what happened on the Ice Pole Plain, it was all because of you. That means you already knew about my relationship with Hunzong a very long time ago." "Empyrean Demon Lord, I'm very curious. How did you know about this?" Mo Tianyun smiled. Not only do I know about your relationship with Hunzong, but I also know quite a lot about the past of the Cloud Surge Empire and the Cloud Surge Empire. Why, you've been to the Kanglan world. The Rain Abbess' eyes narrowed. That's right. I have indeed been to the Kanglan world by coincidence in the past. The Kanglan world is the homeland of the Cloud Surge Empire and the Cloud Surge Empire. Even though the two of them have already left the Kanglan world for many years, they still left behind many traces. In particular, the stories and experiences of the two of them growing up have become eternal legends of the Kanglan world. Later generations have already built many commemorative monuments and divine statues of Fanyun and Fuyu in 10 directions deep sea realm. Mo Tianyun smiled for some reason. He said, Rain Abbess, you should understand now that I know quite a lot about the past of the two of them. I see. The Rain Abbess murmured. Mo Tianyun's words had awakened the past that had been sealed away for who knew how many years. She could not help but think about the time when she roamed the Kanglan world with the Cloud Surge Empire. Chapter 31:16. Mo Tianyun glanced at the Rain Abbess deeply and said, With the strength you've displayed right now, you're actually so infatuated with a man who will never be able to become a Grand Prime. This is truly rare in the Saints' world. Mo Tianyun paused before continuing, Rain Abbess, I've come to find you this time for 2 reasons. The first is to resolve our grievances from the past, and the second is to make a deal with you. However, looking at it now, I'll probably need to make a deal if I want to resolve our grievances from the past. The Rain Abbess suppressed her distracting thoughts and recovered her iciness. She said coldly, What kind of deal? Mo Tianyun waved his hand, and a white-clothed woman immediately appeared out of nowhere. The woman only seemed to be in her 20s. She was so beautiful that she could even outshine the moon. However, right now, her eyes were closed, and her face was pale. Her presence was extremely weak, and her vitality was extremely weak. She seemed to be on her last breaths, as if she could die at any time. A green leaf hovered between her eyebrows. It shone with a layer of hazy, green light that protected her body and her soul. She's injured by the laws of fire. Even though I managed to protect her soul in time, she can't last much longer. Rain Abbess, the laws you comprehend just happen to counter the laws of fire. I hope you can save her, Mo Tianyun said. The Rain Abbess looked at the woman in white. She seemed to have noticed something, and her face immediately became extremely stern. With a wave of her hand, the unconscious woman instantly crossed 100 kilometers and appeared before the Rain Abbess. The Rain Abbess did not touch the woman's body. Instead, she stared at her forehead. After quite a while, she said sternly, This is the power of the Flame Reverend's laws of fire. That's right. It is indeed Yen Zun's law of fire. Fortunately, she was only injured by the remnant of the power that Yen Zun left behind in a talisman back then. That was why she was able to buy some time. Otherwise, I would not have been able to extend her life until today. Mo Tianyun sighed softly and said, It's just that Yen Zun's comprehension of the laws of fire has already reached the pinnacle. As a result, even with a supreme treasure protecting her soul, I can only temporarily stop the power of the laws of fire. I can't completely eradicate it. Now, she can't hold on for much longer. It's a miracle that an early-stage primordial chaos cultivator can last this long. Unfortunately, I can't save her. The Rain Abbess shook her head. She said coldly, The Flame Reverend is a 9th heavenly layer Grand Prime after all. His comprehension of laws has already reached an extremely, extremely high level. Even a sliver of the power left behind by someone at that level will possess unbelievable power. Although the laws I comprehend work against the laws of fire, the level of my laws is too low after all. I can't help her. With your abilities, even if you really can't help, you should be able to temporarily suppress the Flame Reverend's laws of fire, said Mo Tianyun. If I do my best, I can indeed make some time for her, but I'll need to use the power of 2 seals. Empyrean Demon Lord, can you afford it? Asked the Rain Abbess. Of course I can. Emotion said solemnly. Furthermore, when I said that I would like to make a deal with you, one of the conditions is for you to use your full strength to suppress Yenzun's power and buy some time for her. Really? The Rain Abbess became interested. Then let me see just what kind of bargaining chip you have for you to be so confident. Emotion smiled confidently. With a wave of his hand, he cast down a screen of energy that completely sealed off the area. Only then did he say slowly, the secret of a Xian Wang microcosm. I wonder if that's enough? The Rain Abbess' eyes suddenly narrowed when she heard that. She immediately stared at Emotion and said with some urgency, a Xian Wang microcosm? You know of a new Xian Wang microcosm? What level of Xian Wang microcosm is it? I still don't know exactly what level of Xian Wang microcosm it is, but it definitely won't be a low-level one. Rain Abbess, I can share the secret of the Xian Wang microcosm with you in exchange for you using your full strength to suppress the Flame Reverend's laws of fire once. What do you think of this deal? Emotion asked. The Rain Abbess' eyes shone brightly. She was clearly doubtful. You know exactly how valuable the secret of the Xian Wang microcosm is. You're offering such a great secret in exchange for me using my full strength to suppress the Flame Reverend's laws of fire once. Isn't that far too simple? Emotion, tell me the truth. What are you planning by telling me the secret of the Xian Wang microcosm so easily? The reason is very simple. The Xian Wang microcosm only opens once every 10,000 years. It's only been 1,000 years since it opened last time. I can't wait that long, so I want to enter earlier. However, due to the fact that the Xian Wang microcosm is on a very high level, it's hidden extremely well. If you want to find it before it opens normally, you need to possess extremely great mastery over the laws of space, said Emotion. Is that why you've come to find me? The Rain Abbess' eyes shone brightly. She said indifferently, Empyrean Demon Lord, I don't know if you overestimate me or if your understanding of Xian Wang Qi is still lacking. Xian Wang Qi is a great power on the same level as chaotic force after all. Regardless of whether the Xian Wang microcosm is on a high level or not, it's still Xian Wang Qi. Even with my great abilities, I can't reverse Xian Wang and open that place beforehand. Let alone me, even if the Spacetime Elder who was proficient in time and space was still alive, he probably wouldn't be able to do it. It's true that you can't forcefully open the Xian Wang microcosm by yourself, but what if we work together with a power on the same level as Xian Wang Qi? Do you think we still can't forcefully open the Xian Wang microcosm then? Emotion smiled. He spoke with ease as if he was completely confident. A power on the same level as Xian Wang Qi? The Rain Abbess was surprised. Afterwards, she seemed to realize something and shook her head. You're talking about Jianshan? That's right. Jianshan is indeed the first freak since the creation of the universe. He actually fused a strand of true chaotic force into his soul. However, Jianshan's strand of chaotic force is nowhere near enough to reverse the laws of Xian Wang. Moreover, the strand of chaotic force has fused with his soul, so he can't use it at all. No, the chaotic force I'm talking about is not the strand in Jianshan's soul. Rain Abbess, you just need to understand that I am indeed confident in opening the Xian Wang microcosm beforehand. Of course, that's under the premise that you participate. You just need to tell me whether you want to accept the deal or not. Emotion smiled faintly. The light in the Rain Abbess' eyes immediately shone brightly when she heard that. Undisguised excitement filled her eyes. All right, I'll believe you. I believe you won't lie about something like this with your identity as the Empyrean Demon Lord. Empyrean Demon Lord, if we succeed, not only will all the grievances between the Heavenly Demon Religion and my Cloud Zurge Empire be forgotten, I'll give you half of everything we obtain from the Xian Wang microcosm as well. Chapter 31:17. The Tianhe clan was located on one of the 3 ancestral peaks in the Forbidden Grounds, the Flying Snow Peak. A divine hall stood silently on the pure white snow. Jianshan sat before a huge cauldron within the divine hall as he refined pills. Immediately, a fragrance wafted out. This fragrance was formed from the mixture of numerous treasures of the heavens and the earth, and it had the effect of calming and concentrating the mind. Merely a single breath of it was able to make one feel refreshed and refreshed. Under Jianshan's but was a round piece of jade. It looked like a millstone. It was the Fortune Divine Jade. He sat on the Fortune Divine Jade as he refined pills and comprehended the way of pills. It was also because of the Fortune Divine Jade that Jianshan's comprehension of the way of pills advanced at an unbelievable rate. His comprehension of the way of pills and his understanding of the way of pills increased with every passing moment. Even though he had yet to refine a complete low-grade divine pill after all these years of refining pills, he was getting closer and closer to that goal. I've already begun to comprehend the laws of the way of pills. Every divine pill that I refine in the future will have to undergo the baptism of the laws of the way of pills, so that every pill will be tempered further by the power of the laws. Only then will the pills be formed. Jianshan recalled the various experiences that Ancestor Lan had passed on to him as he refined pills. At this moment, a thick white mist suddenly rose from the cauldron before him. The fragrance that wafted out reached a peak as well. Jianshan knew that the refinement of the cauldron of pills had reached the most critical moment. The liquids from the various herbs with different effects had been successfully mixed together. The next step was to condense the pills and nourish them with the laws of the way of pills. Immediately, the power of the laws of the way of pills appeared in the air and directly entered the cauldron. It seemed to have turned into a fire of the laws. As the liquid formed the pills, it constantly tempered them further. Boom! However, at this moment, a rumble suddenly rang out. The cauldron of pills suddenly exploded. All the energy contained in the liquid was released instantly, forming a shock wave that shook the cauldron. This cauldron of medicinal pills had failed. However, Jianshan's face didn't turn red, his heart didn't race, and his heart was as still as water. Because ever since he started concocting dawn, he didn't know how many times his cauldron had exploded. He had long since become accustomed to it. This time, the problem still lies in the last step of the furnace explosion. That lump of medicinal liquid contained many different types of energy, and the different types of energy either reinforced or countered each other. During the process of condensing the medicinal liquid into a pill, not only must I carefully control the stability of the various energies in the medicinal liquid, but I must also control the temperature of the flame precisely when I use the laws of pill Tao to refine and nurture the pill. I have to ensure that I don't overdo or underdo it. All of this needs to be accumulated through experience. It needs to be summed up from failure after failure. Jianshan instantly understood the crux of the matter. He immediately closed his eyes and began to ponder. After summarizing his experience of failure, he immediately began to clear out the medicinal dregs in the cauldron and put in new materials to refine the pills. Not far away, the medicinal dregs from the failed pill refinement had already piled up into a small mountain. During this period of refining pills, Jianshan had already lost count of how many natural treasures he had destroyed. Fortunately, he was only refining low-grade divine pills, and the requirements for the natural treasures were relatively low. It was very easy to collect them. Otherwise, if it were high-grade natural treasures, there probably wouldn't be many top forces that could withstand such destruction. Next, after a few more failures, Jianshan finally succeeded in refining a low-grade divine pill. He looked at the thumb-sized green pill in his hand and finally smiled. In his eyes, low-grade divine pills were trash that could be discarded at any time. To an expert of his level, they were no different from trash. However, the success of this low-grade divine pill meant that he had taken a huge step forward in his pill Tao. The Divine King's Pill is a supreme grade divine pill. As long as I can refine a supreme grade divine pill, I should be able to refine the Divine King's Pill. Jianshan was unable to hide his smile as his heart was filled with eagerness. This was because once he possessed the ability to refine the Divine King's Pill, he could go to the Dark Star World again and obtain 10 droplets of essence blood from Grand Exalt. From there, he could remove the curse of the primeval Divine Hall. According to his agreement with the artifact spirit of the primeval Divine Hall, once he removed the curse, the artifact spirit of the primeval Divine Hall would willingly accept him as its master. At that time, he would truly obtain a Supreme God artifact. A Supreme God artifact that was vastly different from the Azulite Swords and the Anata Tower. The Azulite Swords and the Anata Tower were damaged. Their power was less than a 10,000th of their original. However, the primeval Divine Hall was as good as new. Divine pills are divided into low grade, mid grade, high grade, and supreme grade. They correspond to the 4 realms of godhood. Deities can refine low-grade divine pills with the laws of pills. Gods can refine mid-grade divine pills with the laws of pills. Overgods can refine high-grade divine pills with the laws of pills. If you want to refine supreme-grade divine pills, you need to comprehend the laws of pills to the level of the Divine King. Of course, this isn't absolute. After all, some alchemists are extraordinarily talented. If they use special materials or high-grade cauldrons, it's not impossible for them to perform exceptionally well and refine pills of a higher grade. Even if some high-grade divine pills that are more difficult to refine are in the hands of alchemists who have reached the level of the Divine King, there's still a chance of failure. As for divine pills above divine pills, you basically need to comprehend the laws of pills to the level of the primordial realm before you can refine them successfully. Jianshan exhaled deeply and murmured, looking at the time, I've already spent 5 years in the Tianhe clan. It took me a year to go from the basics of alchemy to being able to refine supreme-grade divine pills. Took me 4 years to go from supreme-grade divine pills to low-grade divine pills. That's already astonishing. After all, I've taken one step at a time on the path of pills, and I've made it through countless failures. It's unlike the other laws that I've grasped, which are all improved through the golden core of laws and the soul of the spatial insect emperor. However, it's all thanks to the fortune jade seat that I can improve so quickly. Afterwards, Jianshan focused and continued to comprehend the laws of pills on the fortune jade seat. At the same time, he did not stop refining pills. He refined cauldron after cauldron of low-grade divine pills. As he refined pills more and more, his comprehension of the laws of pills constantly increased. As a result, the quality of the low-grade divine pills he refined became better and better. Chapter 31:18. Sigh, most of the 10 years have already passed, but the Anata Grand Exalt still hasn't killed the Wind Venerable. Has the Anata Grand Exalt not recovered even now? A tower of bone hovered alone in an unknown region of space in the Saint's world. The heartless child paced around the top of the tower in agitation. He was filled with worry. Heartless, it's only been a few years, yet you can't sit still anymore? Before him, the illusionary master of the Myriad Bone Guild remained composed. He was neither arrogant nor impatient. As long as the Wind Venerable is still alive, I'll feel uneasy. It's already been a few years since the Anata Grand Exalt's return, but there's still no news from the Anata Grand Exalt. The longer this goes on, the more uneasy I feel. The heartless child was extremely agitated. He had almost lost his composure. After a moment of thought, the master of the Myriad Bone Guild said slowly, Heartless, let me ask you this. When you sent Jianshan to the Wind Venerable through Master Qing Mo's scheme back on planet Tianming, did you make any mistakes? No, definitely not. After all, this matter is extremely important, so how could I make any mistakes? I carefully predicted every single thing back then, and I even personally supervised it to ensure that nothing unexpected happened, the heartless child swore. Moreover, the Wind Venerable's power crossed over from a distant place soon after Jianshan left, and he killed Master Qing Mo mercilessly. Brother, with your understanding of the Wind Venerable, do you think he'll kill a Grand Prime over this matter with his personality? The Master of the Myriad Bone Guild shook his head. The Wind Venerable is a kind person. He's not unpardonably evil, so he rarely kills people. At most, he'll injure them as punishment. The heartless child said, however, the power that the Wind Venerable used to travel through space was so powerful that it could easily kill early Grand Primes. For Feng Zunjie to be so ruthless, it can only mean that his mind is not clear and he is still in a state of madness. In this state, he does not recognize his own family and only has killing in his mind. How can he let Jianshan, who wants to steal the Saint Blood Dao fruit, go? Therefore, I am certain that nothing went wrong in that matter. Everything was within our plan. The Master of the Myriad Bone Guild leisurely sat there and carelessly said, since there are no mistakes, then this matter is absolutely foolproof. Wu Xian listened to Big Brother. Don't be impatient and wait patiently. The 10-year time limit that you made in the form of a bet hasn't arrived yet. The Master of the Myriad Bone Guild's words clearly did not have a safe effect. The heartless child paused and could not help but say, Big Brother, why don't I personally go to where Venerable Feng is hiding and check it out? I'm just afraid that something unexpected might happen. The Master of the Myriad Bone Guild suddenly stiffened. He directly replied forcefully, no, you definitely can't do that. It'll be very easy for you to leave behind traces like that. After all, the Anata Grand Exalt is still in this world. Who knows, he might have already locked onto Venerable Feng. If you go right now, even if you hide as much as you can, you might not be able to fool the Anata Grand Exalt. Once you leave behind traces, you'll end up making a fool of yourself. Wu Xian, just wait patiently. The more crucial the moment is, the more you need to remain calm. You can't lose your cool and do anything rash, just in case you end up shooting yourself in the foot. However, just when the Master of the Myriad Bone Guild said that, the laws of the Saints' world suddenly became abnormally chaotic. An extremely powerful presence radiated out from the depths of space with a supreme pressure radiating across the entire Saints' world. The Master of the Myriad Bone Guild and the heartless child's eyes immediately narrowed with the appearance of the pressure. They both stared at a certain location in the sky, and their eyes gradually lit up. They were filled with excitement. It's in the direction of the Prosper Plane. It's in the direction of the Prosper Plane. Brother, have you sensed it? The Anata Grand Exalt has reacted. The Anata Grand Exalt has finally reacted. The sudden change seemed to make the heartless child think of something. His worry immediately vanished, and he immediately began to dance around in joy. The Master of the Myriad Bone Guild stood up as well. He was overjoyed. There's finally something happening on the Prosper Plane. The Anata Grand Exalt that has remained silent for so many years has finally stirred. With such a powerful pressure, it looks like the Anata Grand Exalt has finally sensed the destruction of his fruit of ways. He's in an extremely furious state right now. Let's see how the Anata Grand Exalt deals with Venerable Feng next. Ha 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 ha. It doesn't matter how the Anata Grand Exalt deals with Venerable Feng. Venerable Feng won't be able to escape death anyway. We've been waiting for this day for far, far too long. The heartless child laughed aloud. Yeah, Venerable Feng has always been like a mountain weighing down on the two of us. He can pose a fatal threat to us at any time. We've never been able to relax. Now, he's finally going to die. This day has finally arrived, the Master of the Myriad Bone Guild murmured. The heartless child extended his hand before the Master of the Myriad Bone Guild. He giggled. It hasn't even been 10 years. Brother, you've lost. You have to accept your loss. You can't go back on your words. With a flip of his hand, the Master of the Myriad Bone Guild took out a palm-sized bottle of white jade from his space ring. He said, This bottle of heavenly jade wine was brewed using several hundred great heavenly materials. I've kept it for tens of thousands of years. Even I can't bear to drink it normally, so I'm giving it all to you now. However, you have to drink it sparingly. There's not much left. There won't be any left once you finish it. Ha 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 ha, you've treated the heavenly jade wine as a treasure. It's extremely difficult to get a cup from you, yet it's all in my hands now. The heartless child was overjoyed. He immediately took out 2 jade cups and filled them up. He passed one of them to the master of the Myriad Bone Guild and said, "Brother, what happens next will be recorded in the annals of our Myriad Bone Guild, because this is a special moment that can change the fate of our guild. We brothers should taste the heavenly jade divine brew while quietly admiring how Lord Wind is heading towards his end." You're right. At this moment, the sky above the Prosper Plain was filled with dazzling golden light. As a tremendous pressure swept through the surroundings, all the cultivators on the Prosper Plain knelt on the ground devoutly. Even the grand primes of a few peak organizations emerged from seclusion and bowed towards the heavenly palace of Bishing. Their faces were filled with excitement and respect. This was because today was the first time the Anata Grand Exalt had truly appeared before everyone after disappearing for over 3 million years. The power of ways revolved around the Anata Grand Exalt in the center of the Prosper Plain. She hovered in the air in a hazy manner. The heavenly palace of Bishing below the Anata Grand Exalt shone with extremely dazzling light. Not only was the light so powerful that it enveloped the entire Prosper Plain, but it even reached far into outer space. As a result, the entire Prosper Plain seemed like a huge sun, shining with dazzling light in the darkness of outer space. The terrifying power that the heavenly palace of Bishing possessed after slumbering for so many years. Now, it was slowly awakening, truly unleashing the might that a sovereign artifact should possess. Chapter 31:19. The Prosper Plain where the Anata Grand Exalt resided was extremely far away from the All-Heaven continent where the Grand Exalt of All-Heaven resided and the Devour Plain where the Bloodtear Grand Exalt resided. It basically spanned across half of the Saints' world, but the Anata Grand Exalt's voice still rang out in the ears of the 2 Grand Exalts in a single instance. At their level of cultivation, they could represent the heavenly ways themselves. There was no distance in the entire world. With that, the Grand Exalt of All-Heaven immediately appeared in the All-Heaven clan. He wielded the Spirit Slayer sword he had borrowed from the Spirit God clan. He was stern. The Devour Plain suddenly shone with red light as well, as if a sea of blood had drowned out the entire sky. The Bloodtear Grand Exalt emerged from the blood-red Divine Hall as well. With a wave of his hand, the Divine Hall behind him immediately shrank, turning into a red streak of light that vanished into the Bloodtear Grand Exalt's body. The Anata Grand Exalt hovered above the Prosper Plain and reached out. The heavenly palace of Bishing that shone brightly below him immediately became illusionary. At the same time, a fist-sized, golden palace that had shrunk countless times appeared in the Anata Grand Exalt's hand. The true heavenly palace of Bishing had already fallen into the Anata Grand Exalt's hands. The heavenly palace of Bishing that stood there was constructed from extremely pure energy. Silently, the Anata Grand Exalt moved all the people in the heavenly palace of Bishing away and took the god artifact with him. In the next moment, the Anata Grand Exalt, the Bloodtear Grand Exalt, and the Grand Exalt of All-Heaven all vanished. They had entered the chaotic space together. The 3 of them had brought supreme god artifacts with them this time. They could be described as fully armed. Clearly, they were prepared to fight with their full strength. Big brother, how do you think the Anata Grand Exalt should deal with the Wind Venerable? Should we kill him cleanly or should we keep him alive for now and slowly torture him, making him suffer all the pain in the world before sending him on his way? The heartless child held a jade cup in his hand on the huge bone tower that hovered in the void. He had a faint smile on his face as he tasted the wine in the cup while looking in the direction where Wind Venerable was. Even though the Wind Venerable was extremely far away from them, even separated by over a dozen great planes, if a Grand Exalt struck out in anger, even the entire Saint's world would be able to sense the terrifying power that was like the laws of the world, let alone over a dozen planes away. If I were the Anata Grand Exalt, I definitely wouldn't let the person who blocked my path die so easily. I would definitely torture them. The enmity of Tao severing is irreconcilable. The master of the Myriad Bone Guild said steadily, however, I'm not the Anata Grand Exalt. How the Anata Grand Exalt will deal with the Wind Venerable will be revealed soon. Let's wait and see. The master of the Myriad Bone Guild and the Heartless Child both had expectant expressions as they waited quietly. But very soon the two of them seemed to sense something, and their faces suddenly froze. What's going on? Why has the Anata Grand Exalt suddenly left this world and entered the chaotic space again? The Wind Venerable, isn't he going to kill the Wind Venerable? The master of the Myriad Bone Guild cried out in surprise. The development of the situation seemed to have deviated slightly. The Anata Grand Exalt has actually left. Is he just going to let the Wind Venerable go? Or does the Anata Grand Exalt still not know that his fruit of ways has been destroyed by the Wind Venerable? The Heartless Child's face changed rapidly. He was surprised and doubtful, filled with doubt and confusion. No, something's wrong. Something's completely wrong. It shouldn't be like this. The master of the Myriad Bone Guild was no longer in the mood to taste the wine in his cup. He threw the jade cup in his hand to the ground furiously and said with a sunken voice, The Anata Grand Exalt has entered the chaotic space again. It's impossible for him to not know that his fruit of ways has been destroyed. Something must have happened. Did Jianshin not die to the Wind Venerable's hands at all? Is he still alive? No, that's definitely impossible. The Heartless Child's face was extremely sunken. He immediately began to look into it, but in the end, he failed to find anything about Jianshin. God damn it, it's all because of the mask of the expert from the illusory demon clan. Does the mask have the ability to block out divinations? At that moment, the Heartless Child became rather flustered. He was extremely worried, unable to sit still. I'll return with my true body immediately and personally check it out, the master of the Myriad Bone Guild said with a darkened face. As soon as he thought about the possibility that Jianshin was still alive, he became as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Now that things had developed like this, he no longer cared about whether he would leave behind any unerasable traces. He decided to personally check it out. Hold on. At this moment, the Heartless Child seemed to think of something. His face immediately changed and he said, I suddenly remember that I received a piece of news a few years ago. It said that the martial soul lineage went to the Ice Pole Plane with the Rain Abyss and even engaged in a great battle with the Ice Pole Plane's founder. Originally, a small matter like that wouldn't have attracted our attention, so I didn't pay any attention to it back then. But now that I think about it carefully, the martial soul lineage has actually gone to provoke the snow sect of the Ice Pole Plane. This really is strange. The martial soul lineage. The master of the Myriad Bone Guild frowned and said sternly, Jianshin just happens to be the 8th successor of the martial soul lineage. How many people appeared when the martial soul lineage attacked the snow sect? Investigate. Investigate immediately. The Heartless Child's eyes narrowed, and he immediately ordered his subordinates. With the Myriad Bone Guild's location, the matters on the Ice Pole Plane were nothing to them. As a result, they did not pay too much attention to it. But now they had to get to the bottom of this. As a peak assassination organization, the Myriad Bone Guild naturally possessed extremely great intelligence. They basically spanned across the 49 Great Plains and 81 Great Planets of the Saints' world. If they wanted to investigate some secrets, there were very few secrets that could be hidden from them with their pervasive intelligence. In just a day, A piece of information was sent from the Ice Pole Plane to the headquarters of the Myriad Bone Guild as quickly as possible through a teleportation formation. It ended up in the hands of the Heartless Child and the Master of the Myriad Bone Guild. This information was in the form of a jade slip. The contents of the jade slip were almost a complete record of the battle that had taken place outside the snow sect. Only some scenes that had been blocked by spirit arrays or divine abilities were missing. Apart from these images, there was a very long description that explained the entire process of the battle. From the beginning to the end, the information did not contain any information about Jianshan. Only 7 people from the martial soul lineage had been present. There was no trace of the 8th successor at all. However, even with that being the case, the Master of the Myriad Bone Guild and the Heartless Child still discovered an extraordinarily outstanding person through the information. He was the great elder of the Tianhe clan, He Qianqi. He Qianqi actually entered a secret miniature world with the guard of the Ice Goddess Hall, Shui Yunlan, to visit the reincarnation of the Snow Goddess? The Heartless Child's gaze became extremely terrifying as terrifying killing intent radiated from him. He crushed the jade slip in his hand to pieces and said through gritted teeth, "It's impossible for that person to be the great elder of the Tianhe clan. It's impossible for the people of the Tianhe clan to go so far with the people of the Ice Goddess Hall, let alone the reincarnation of the Snow Goddess. The reincarnation of the Snow Goddess should have only appeared in recent years, and Jianshan is not even 1,000 years old. Most importantly, Jianshan has the mask of the illusory demon clan. He can disguise himself as anyone." The Heartless Child's emotions fluctuated violently. He said sternly, "Once he wears the mask, even I will struggle to see through him. Brother, looks like you need to pay a personal visit to the Ice Pole Plane, because only those at the 9th heavenly layer can see through the disguise of the illusory demon clan and learn their true identity." Chapter 31:20. The Ice Pole Province was still as tranquil and beautiful as before. Thick snow and ice covered every inch of the land. The snowflakes that fell from the sky seemed to be endless and would never stop. Ever since Jianshan began comprehending the way of pills in the Tianhe clan, he had not taken a single step away from the flying snow peak. During the years he spent there, he only repeated 2 things over and over again. The first was to listen to Ancestor Lan explain the mysteries of alchemy from time to time. The second was to increase his comprehension of the way of pills through alchemy. However, Jianshan, who was completely submerged in alchemy, had no idea that the news of him being alive was almost exposed. The Myriad Bone Guild had already discovered something. At this moment, a black-robed man silently appeared in the vast starry sky outside the Ice Pole Province. He was like a ghost, quietly floating in the void. None of the many top experts in the Ice Pole Province could detect his existence. The black-robed man was the master of the Myriad Bone Guild. Moreover, he had just returned from the chaotic space with his true body. Whether Jianshan had died to the Wind Venerable's hands was just too significant to the Myriad Bone Guild. If the Wind Venerable had really killed Jianshan, the Wind Venerable was dead for sure. The Anata Grand Exalt would never spare him. But on the other hand, if Jianshan had not died to the Wind Venerable's hands, the master of the Myriad Bone Guild did not dare to continue thinking about it, because if Jianshan really was still alive, his eagerness to wait for the Wind Venerable's death all these years would seem foolish and laughable. Although he was unwilling to accept this result, he had to investigate this matter thoroughly. It's extremely likely that He Qianqi was Jianshan in disguise back then, as even the Grand Primes of the Tianhe clan would never be able to see the Snow Goddess reincarnation, let alone someone as insignificant as He Qianqi. With the Snow Goddess personality, it's impossible for her to trust anyone on the Ice Pole Plane so easily, and the martial soul lineage. They have no connections with the Ice Pole Plane, so why would they suddenly go to the Snow Goddess sect? The martial soul lineage's actions are indeed strange. Various thoughts flashed through the head of the 10,000 bone building. The more he analyzed, the more intense the premonition in his heart became. However, he did not directly step into the Ice Pole province. Instead, he carefully hid himself in a space extremely far away from the Ice Pole province. He used his power to conceal himself from the rules and erased all traces of himself, making it seem as if he had already jumped out of this world. Shortly after, the Myriad Bone Building's master used a secret technique. As he used this secret technique, the pupils in his eyes suddenly disappeared and turned into two vortexes. They were like two black holes that were spinning, and they were extremely deep. When he looked at the world again, not only did his eyesight become extremely terrifying, but even the laws of order that were hidden in the world seemed to appear clearly. Even in the ice pole plane that hovered in outer space, apart from the Ice Goddess Hall, some items related to grand exalts, and a special couple that had been hidden using an extremely profound secret technique or treasure, all the secrets of the ice pole plane were nothing in the eyes of the Myriad Bone Building's master. Even the Snow Goddess sect that was known as the greatest organization on the ice pole plane held no secrets in the eyes of the Myriad Bone Building's master. He could clearly see the Ice Cloud Ancestor, and even the miniature world where the Ice Cloud Ancestor resided in was clearly visible. However, the Myriad Bone Building's master was not interested in the Snow Goddess sect at all. He had only come with a single objective, which was to confirm something. He Qianxi of the Tianhe clan. He directly looked at the Tianhe clan and completely ignored the protective formation of the Tianhe clan. Very soon, he found his target in a secret room of ice, He Qianxi. A fifth heavenly layer chaotic prime. This He Qianxi should be the real He Qianxi. The He Qianxi who appeared in the Snow sect and met the reincarnated Snow Goddess should be someone else, Jianchen thought. He chose to disguise himself as He Qianxi, so he must be extremely familiar with He Qianxi. If I want to know the identity of the other He Qianxi, all I need to do is capture the real He Qianxi and search his soul. A sliver of coldness flashed through the eyes of the master of the Myriad Bone Building. However, just when he wanted to take action, he hesitated. Don't be rash. It's only a suspicion that Jianchen is still alive right now. What if Jianchen really is dead? Won't I be leaving behind an opening if I act rashly? The master of the Myriad Bone Building immediately calmed down. Before he could confirm whether Jianchen was dead or not, both he and the heartless child had to stay out of this matter. After all, this matter involved far too many things. If they were careless, the Anata Grand Exalt's fury might be transferred to the Myriad Bone Building. Continue searching. Search through the entire Tianhe clan and the Ice Pole Plain. Even if we have to turn the entire Saints' world upside down, we have to confirm whether Jianchen is still alive or not. The master of the Myriad Bone Building made up his mind. The master of the Myriad Bone Guild became determined. This matter concerned the fate of the Myriad Bone Guild, as well as his and the heartless child's future. Even if he had to put in a great deal of effort, he would not hesitate to do so. Soon after, the Myriad Bone Guild's master stood in the void and used his divine ability to spy on the Tianhe clan from afar. He conducted a thorough search of the Tianhe clan, seriously inspecting every single member of the clan. Although there were many clansmen in the Tianhe clan, the master of the Myriad Bone Building was a ninth heavenly layer Grand Prime after all. With a secret technique, he could cover hundreds of thousands, millions, or even tens of millions of people with a single glance. He searched extremely quickly. He gradually searched the depths of the Tianhe clan from the outside to the inside. Very soon, the master of the Myriad Bone Building had searched through all the clansmen of the Tianhe clan aside from the 3 ancestral peaks in the Forbidden Grounds. In the end, the master of the Myriad Bone Building ignored the formations in the Forbidden Grounds and looked at the 3 ancestral peaks where the 3 ancestors cultivated. However, when he glanced at the snowy peak, his body suddenly shuddered. Even his heart suddenly contracted at that moment, as if it had stopped beating. Time seemed to stop as space froze. The master of the myriad bone building stood in outer space, outside the ice pole plane, as he stared at the snowy peak, without blinking at all. Everything froze. Afterwards, his body suddenly began to tremble. It became stronger and stronger, more and more intense. In the end, he seemed like he was having an epileptic fit. His entire body constantly twitched and twitched in the air. Gurgling sounds rang out from his throat as if something was stuck in his throat. He wanted to say something, but he was unable to spit out a single word. At this moment, his eyes were filled with countless veins. His eyes were so red that it seemed as if blood was about to drip from them. Chapter 31:21. That hoarse voice was filled with undisguised monstrous rage and extreme disbelief. He did not even dare to leave immediately. Instead, he remained where he was as he stared at the figure refining pills on the soaring snowy mountains with widened eyes. He stared at him seriously and carefully. He was still hoping that his eyes were playing tricks on him and that he had seen wrongly. He also hoped that the figure was not the real Jianchen, but someone else with a similar presence and appearance. Unfortunately, that was the reality. He could not lie to himself. No, this is impossible. This is impossible. How can he still be alive? How can he still be alive? The master of the Myriad Bone Guild stopped using the secret technique. Jianchen's survival was a huge blow to him. It caused his emotions to fluctuate violently, causing him to lose his composure. Although he had already guessed this before coming to the ice pole plane, guesses were only guesses in the end. When the truth was laid out before him, it immediately destroyed all of his hopes and dreams. No wonder. No wonder. No wonder. No wonder. No wonder. No wonder the Anata Grand Exalt still hasn't killed the Wind Venerable even after so many years. Jianchen isn't dead at all. He's not dead at all. He didn't die to the Wind Venerable at all. What's laughable is that I actually waited for over 200 years like an idiot. Ha 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 ha. The master of the Myriad Bone Guild began to laugh. However, his laughter was even uglier than crying. It was like the smile of a demon, terrifying and shocking. Wuxin and I have waited bitterly for over 200 years. In order to avoid unnecessary problems, we didn't even dare to take a single step out of the Myriad Bone Guild during that time. We also purposefully avoided interfering with the matters of the Saints' world. We stayed out of it completely and carefully. We did not involve ourselves in the affairs of the mortal world. During these 200 years, Wuxin and I waited for the Anata Grand Exalt's return every single day. We waited for the Wind Venerable to die to the Anata Grand Exalt's hands every single day. We were even prepared to welcome the glorious age of our Myriad Bone Guild. We were already certain that the Wind Venerable would die to the Anata Grand Exalt's hands. We even made a bet, but in the end our bitter wait and anticipation for over 200 years was actually just a mirage. You actually didn't die to the Wind Venerable. Why? Why aren't you dead? Why are you alive? It's impossible for you to still be alive. As soon as he thought about how he had waited foolishly for over 200 years, the master of the Myriad Bone Guild collapsed. Suddenly, the master of the Myriad Bone Guild bellowed out furiously. His voice shook the sky, and the terrifying sound wave immediately ripped through large swathes of space before wreaking havoc in the surroundings as a visible shockwave. Clearly, the ice pole plane nearby was affected as well. Immediately, the entire ice pole plane shook. This was the furious bellow of a 9th heavenly layer Grand Prime. It possessed devastating power, enough to cause a great disaster to any plane in the Saints' world. Immediately, all the experts on the ice pole plane snapped open their eyes. They all looked towards outer space, and their faces changed drastically. This person is so powerful. He's a 9th heavenly layer Grand Prime. It's him, the master of the Myriad Bone Guild. The master of the Myriad Bone Guild, who had lost his mind, was immediately exposed to the gazes of all the experts on the ice pole plane. The terrifying sound wave from his bellow was like a hot knife through butter, expanding towards the ice pole plane with devastating power. It was also at this moment that a snowstorm suddenly erupted on the ice pole plane. A terrifying presence that was enough to make all living beings kneel suddenly appeared. The presence swept over gently like a breeze, nullifying the sound wave that reached the ice pole plane. This was the presence of a Grand Exalt. In the past, when the 7 Grand Exalts watched over the 7 sacred planes and cultivated in seclusion, the will of a Grand Exalt had affected the laws of the world. In the end, the presence of a Grand Exalt was left behind. Even if a Grand Exalt was dead, the power of the presence of a Grand Exalt would continue to exist for a very long time. The presence of the presence of the presence of a Grand Exalt was not to harm people. Instead, it was a form of protection. It protected the world where the Grand Exalt once resided from calamities and external enemies. Not everyone could summon the presence of a Grand Exalt. The presence of a Grand Exalt would only appear when the plane was about to be severely threatened or when the threat had reached a certain level. The presence of a Grand Exalt's presence in the 7 sacred planes could be understood as a form of blessing for the place where the Grand Exalt resided. As for the myriad bone building's master, he turned around and charged into the depths of the universe's void like a madman. With the speed he displayed, he disappeared billions of miles away in an instant. Why aren't you dead? The master of the Myriad Bone Guild seemed to have truly descended into madness. He rapidly flew through the vast space as the pressure from his body blanketed the surroundings. As he waved his hands, he erupted with devastating might, destroying all the nearby stars and ripping apart large swaths of space. It's impossible for you to still be alive. It's impossible for you to still be alive. The master of the Myriad Bone Guild constantly roared out. His voice was filled with great resentment and reluctance. He had completely lost his cool. He flew at high speeds and directly collided with a huge meteor that blocked his way. With a boom, the master of the Myriad Bone Guild passed through the center of the meteor. The huge meteor was smashed to pieces by him. Under the pressure of a 9th heavenly layer Grand Prime, it gradually turned to dust. The master of the Myriad Bone Guild had left. He had left the ice pole plane. Even though he was extremely furious, even though his resentment towards Jianchen had skyrocketed, he did not dare to actually do anything to Jianchen. This was because he deeply understood that Jianchen was the fruit of ways of the Unata Grand Exalt. He could not be touched. Anyone who touched him would die. However, the ice pole plane was not peaceful. The master of the Myriad Bone Guild's furious roar had shaken up the entire plane, drawing out all the peak experts there. At this moment, all the Grand Primes on the ice pole plane hovered in the air as they stared at the sky. They were stern and slightly confused. Third Senior Brother, what's wrong with the master of the Myriad Bone Guild? Why has he suddenly become so furious? In a manner in the extreme ice continent, a young man and woman were sitting cross-legged in the snow, playing chess. The voice came from the woman. The young man who was referred to as the third senior brother was filled with doubt as well. He stared in the direction that the master of the Myriad Bone Guild had vanished in as countless scenes flickered through his eyes. It was as if he could see everything that happened in the depths of outer space. Furious? In my opinion, the master of the Myriad Bone Guild seems more like he's gone mad, said the third senior brother. Gone mad? The woman's eyes were filled with disbelief. She said, an expert at the level of the Myriad Bone Guild's master would have a mental state that would not change even if the world collapsed. It would be as firm as a rock. How could such a supreme figure go crazy? Chapter 31:22. The master of the Myriad Bone Guild had returned to the headquarters of the Myriad Bone Guild in the void of the Saints' world. As soon as he returned, the illusionary figure that had existed there for many years immediately fused with the master of the Myriad Bone Guild as a mist. The large, black cloak he wore covered his face, so no one could see what he looked like. However, the master of the Myriad Bone Guild had already calmed down. His mind seemed to have returned to tranquility. No one would be able to connect the current him with the furious figure who had destroyed everything in the starry sky. "Brother, have you found anything? Have you discovered anything?" As soon as the master of the Myriad Bone Guild returned, the heartless child, who had been anxiously waiting at the side, asked impatiently. The master of the Myriad Bone Guild stood there silently. He faced outer space and did not reply at all. His emotions did not change at all. His attitude only made the heartless child panic even more. The heartless child asked again, "Brother, say something. Did you discover anything on the ice pole plane this time?" The master of the Myriad Bone Guild remained silent. The heartless child was exasperated. "Brother, stop keeping me in suspense. Tell me the answer. If you don't tell me, I'll have to go to the ice pole plane personally." "There's no need to go." At this moment, the master of the Myriad Bone Guild finally spoke. His voice was extremely heavy. As soon as he spoke, the heartless child immediately sensed that something was wrong with the master of the Myriad Bone Guild's tone. His heart immediately sank, and he turned around to glare at the master of the Myriad Bone Guild, who had covered himself completely. "I saw Jianshan on the ice pole plane. Not only is he still alive, but he's also living well," the master of the Myriad Bone Guild said. His voice was extremely cold. "What?" The heartless child's face changed drastically. He grabbed the master of the Myriad Bone Guild's leg tightly with both hands as he stared at the master of the Myriad Bone Guild, who was half a body taller than him. A shocking light erupted from his eyes. "What did you say? What did you say? Jianshan is still alive? Is he really still alive?" The news was like a bolt from the blue to the heartless child as well. It made him dizzy, and his emotions surged. He immediately lost his composure. "That's right, he's still alive. We've waited all these years for nothing." The master of the Myriad Bone Guild let out a long sigh at the sky. When he thought of the things his brothers had said and thought for the past 200 years, he felt a wave of bitterness in his heart. Naive, too naive. Not only was it naive, but it was also laughable and stupid. Sigh. The Myriad Bone Building's master sighed again and again. As the saying goes, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. At this moment, he deeply understood this. Impossible, this is impossible. I personally witnessed him being teleported over, and the Wind Venerable's power came from afar as well. He killed the esteemed Qing Mo. It's impossible for Jianshan to still be alive. It's impossible for him to still be alive. I don't believe it. I don't believe he can escape from the Wind Venerable. The heartless child was deeply affected as well. His face was currently twisted as a red light flickered in his eyes. He was filled with anger and reluctance. Actually, if you think about it carefully, since Jianshan has become the Anata Grand Exalt's fruit of ways, how can the Anata Grand Exalt not consider the safety of his fruit of ways? After all, this is related to his path of the ways. No one would dare to be careless before something like this. They would definitely make all sorts of preparations. As a result, Jianshan definitely possesses a protective talisman from the Anata Grand Exalt. With this talisman, even if the Anata Grand Exalt leaves this world and heads to the chaotic space, he does not need to worry about the safety of his fruit of ways at all. The Wind Venerable is very powerful, but he's nowhere near as powerful as a Grand Exalt. Jianshan possesses some sort of protective power from the Grand Exalt, so it makes sense that the Wind Venerable can't kill him, the Myriad Bone Building's master said slowly. 10,000 Bone Building's house master said slowly. He was in low spirits. Wuxin, we were too naive, we thought of things too beautifully. No, it shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this. The heartless child knelt on the ground and continuously slammed his fists into the ground. The strength of each punch was shocking, and the bone tower rang out with loud bangs. The storm of energy that erupted tore open huge spatial cracks in the nearby space. The tower was clearly a supreme god artifact as well. Even though it was damaged, it was still so tough that the heartless child could not destroy it. Spurt. Suddenly, the heartless child seemed to become angered. He vomited a mouthful of blood, which turned into a bloody mist. He clenched his fists so tightly that his fingernails had already pierced his flesh. He slowly stood up as he trembled. An extremely shocking light shone from his eyes as he said through gritted teeth, "Jianshin. Jianshin, you've toyed with us brothers for over 200 years. This grievance is irreconcilable." "Heartless, calm down. We can't touch Jianshin," the myriad bone building's master warned from one side, as if he was afraid the heartless child would do something stupid. The heartless child's eyes were filled with resentment. He stressed every single word. I know we can't touch him, but that doesn't mean other people can't touch him. Even if he really does possess some sort of protective talisman from the Anata Grand Exalt that can prevent him from dying, I won't let him live so easily." Before long, a few peak clans across the various regions of the Saints' world received an extremely similar piece of information. The information was all about a single person's true identity. This person was Yang Yutian, who had disguised himself as the Fifth Hall Master in the Dark Star world and tricked all the peak clans in the 100 Saints city. He had even caused great losses to all the peak clans. Yang Yutian's true name is actually Jianshin. His true identity is actually the patriarch of a small clan on the Cloud Plain. Yang Yutian is actually just working with the Myriad Bone Building? God damn it. If we had known earlier that Yang Yutian's relationship with the Myriad Bone Building was so simple, we wouldn't have swallowed our anger back then. Jianshin? The person who disguised himself as the Fifth Hall Master? If you had the Myriad Bone Building support, then so be it. Now that you've lost the protection of the Myriad Bone Building, we can't just let you get away with killing an outstanding disciple of my Tsangqiong clan. It's said that Jianshin defeated the Darkstar Emperor in the past and took out a tremendous amount of precious items from the Dark Star world. Jianshin can't end up in the hands of others. Jianshin is actually on the Ice Pole Plain right now. Let's go to the Ice Pole Plain immediately. The Ice Pole Plain. It's said that the Snow Goddess is about to return. However, we're not going to the Ice Pole Plain with any ill intentions. We're only going to find someone to settle a debt. That person isn't from the Ice Pole Plain either. At that moment, all the peak organizations that formed the 100 Saints city began to move. They sent many great elders to the Ice Pole Plain as quickly as they could with the orders from their ancestors. Chapter 31-23. I've become more and more adept at refining low-grade pills now, and every cauldron of pills I refine is of the best quality. Jianshin looked at the pills that had just come out of the cauldron in a divine hall on the flying snow peak. He could not help but smile happily. My current comprehension of the laws of pills should be at the peak of deity. I'm only a step away from God. Once I become a god, I'll be able to refine mid-grade pills, Jianshin murmured to himself. He was clearly very satisfied with his progress. Of course, he knew even better that the Fortune Jade was the main reason why he was able to progress so quickly. I just happen to be at a small bottleneck between deity and God right now. Although the bottleneck won't stop me and I can overcome it with some time, what I lack the most right now is time. After all, I need to enter the Dark Star world again to obtain the 10 droplets of essence blood from Grand Exalts, and the requirement to enter the Dark Star world is that I can't be over 1,000 years old. Jianshin felt a sense of urgency when he thought up to there. He needed to successfully refine the Divine King's pill before he was 1,000 years old. Jianshin left the Divine Hall and went to see Ancestor Lan on the flying snow peak. Ancestor Lan seemed to have finished refining the pill now. She currently sat in a pavilion covered in snow by herself as she played her zither leisurely. At the peak of deity, your rate of progress with the laws of pills has completely exceeded my expectations. Ancestor Lan's gaze was focused on the guqin in her hand. Her face was devastatingly beautiful and her voice was as beautiful as the sounds of nature. She sat there and became a peerless painting. Did you encounter some difficult problem again? Jianchen stood behind Ancestor Lan and bowed towards her politely. He said, Ancestor Lan, I hope you can take the next step and pass on the laws of pills to me. Take the next step and pass on the laws of pills to you? You mean the imprint of ways? Ancestor Lan was stunned. Not bad. Jianchen, your talent is extremely high. If you progress step by step and always follow your own path, then your accomplishments in the Tao of pills will definitely not be low in the future. It is even possible for you to surpass me. Why rush for success? Ancestor Lan sighed faintly and used her beautiful voice to say, although I can teach you the great Tao imprint of the alchemy Tao, the alchemy Tao within the great Tao imprint is only the path I walk. The path I walk in the alchemy Tao might not be suitable for you. Even if it can allow your alchemy Tao to advance by leaps and bounds in a short period of time, when your alchemy Tao reaches a certain height in the future, it will be unavoidable for you to be affected by it and delay your future. This is not worth it. This junior naturally understands what Ancestor Lan is saying, but this junior has his own difficulties. The reason for that is because this junior must raise his alchemy Tao to the Divine King realm before the age of 1,000. Jianchen bowed deeply to Ancestor Lan again. Hearing those words, a ray of light flashed through Ancestor Lan's eyes. She said softly, You must raise your alchemy Tao to the Divine King realm before the age of 1,000. It would seem that you will have to make a trip to the Dark Star realm. Ancestor Lan stopped playing her zither. She turned around and stared at Jianchen with bright eyes. From her appearance, it was as if she was not staring at a person but an exceptional piece of unpolished jade. Jianchen, I can assist you in increasing your alchemy Tao with all my strength. However, I also have a request. No, it shouldn't be a request. Just treat it as a request from me, Ancestor Lan said. Please state it clearly, Ancestor Lan. As long as this junior can do it, I will definitely not refuse. The light in Ancestor Lan's eyes flickered. She stared at Jianchen without blinking and said slowly, I hope that you will do everything you can to assist our Tianhe clan in establishing a foundation in the Dark Star realm after you enter. It would be best if you could fight for an opportunity for our Tianhe clan, an opportunity for us to coexist peacefully with the Dark Star race. This is because there are many rare resources that our Tianhe clan needs in the Dark Star realm. Among them, the divine blood soil is the most important. There are many resources that the Dark Star race needs in our Saints' world as well. As a result, I hope that our Tianhe clan can become the greatest beneficiary in the Dark Star realm through your influence in the Dark Star realm. Jianchen immediately understood what Ancestor Lan meant. Ancestor Lan, are you saying that the Dark Star race should give some of the rare resources to the Tianhe clan first? Or even only sell them to the Tianhe clan? If it's the latter, that would naturally be for the best. Ancestor Lan smiled resplendently. Due to the age restriction in the Dark Star realm, it was a tough nut to crack in the eyes of many peak clans in the Saints' world. They were helpless against it. Now, all the thorns on the road ahead might have been resolved because of Jianchen. This made Ancestor Lan extremely happy. Alright, no problem. Once I enter the Dark Star realm next time, I will personally communicate with the Dark Star Emperor, Jianchen promised as he patted his chest. Afterwards, Ancestor Lan used her comprehension of the laws of pills as a foundation and condensed an imprint for Jianchen with the laws of pills. The imprint contained a portion of Ancestor Lan's comprehension of the laws of pills. Through the imprint, Jianchen seemed to be able to see through the mist, allowing him to comprehend the laws of pills even more clearly. As a result, his comprehension speed increased drastically once again. The imprint that Ancestor Lan had condensed was in the shape of a pill. He could directly take it away. Jianchen returned to the Divine Hall with Ancestor Land's imprint. Soon after Jianchen entered the Divine Hall, the great elder of the Tianhe clan, He Qianqi, arrived at the flying snow peak in a fluster. He said urgently, "Ancestor Lan, it's bad. It's terrible. The large organizations that Yang Yutian has offended in the 100 Saints city have all come. Yang Yutian's identity as the Fifth Hall Master has been completely exposed. Right now, several dozen peak organizations in the 100 Saints city have already surrounded our Tianhe clan. They want us to hand over Yang Yutian." Ancestor Lan frowned. He immediately expanded the senses of his soul, enveloping the entire ice pole plain in a single instance. As expected, he discovered that many chaotic primes had already gathered outside the Tianhe clan. These chaotic primes all came from the peak organizations that had founded the 100 Saints city. Every single one of the several dozen organizations had sent a great elder at the very least. There were even a few that had sent 4 or 5 great elders. In the end, the total number of chaotic primes exceeded 100. Ancestor Lan became more and more stern when he saw who these people were. Although most of them were chaotic primes, every single one of them possessed a great background. As a matter of fact, some organizations were so powerful that even the Tianhe clan needed to avoid them. Chapter 31-24. Ancestor Lan, what should we do now? He Qianqi struggled to calm down as well. He knew just how troublesome the matter was. This was because far too many organizations had come looking for Jianchen to collect their debt. They took up half of the entire alliance. Even though the Tianhe clan was the third most powerful organization on the ice pole plain, they were like a lone boat in the ocean. They could be overthrown at any time. We have to protect Jianchen no matter what. He's more important to our Tianhe clan now than he was in the past, said Ancestor Lan sternly. After a moment of silence, she said to He Qianqi, "Get all the great elders of the clan to leave. Keep the people outside busy for now." Yes, Ancestor Lan. He Qianqi left with Ancestor Lan's orders. Ancestor Lan stared at the divine hall nearby where Jianchen was refining pills. She hesitated slightly, but in the end she did not plan on telling Jianchen about this, as it would affect his comprehension of the laws of pills. This was because whether Jianchen's comprehension of the laws of pills could reach the level of God King's before he turned 1,000 years old was no longer just related to Jianchen's own interests. It was related to the interests of the Tianhe clan as well. Moreover, the benefits were so great that even Ancestor Lan became tempted. After a moment of thought, Ancestor Lan released the senses of her soul and extended it to the snow sect in a single instance. At this moment, the white-robed Bingyun ancestral master sat in the snow in the depths of the snow sect. The laws of order pulsed around her. Clearly, she was cultivating. At this moment, the Bingyun ancestral master seemed to sense something. She slowly opened her eyes. Her cold, emotionless eyes directly stared at the space outside the snow sect. "Is something the matter?" the Bingyun ancestral master said indifferently. Her voice was cold, like she was unapproachable. "Jianchen is in trouble. With the strength of our Tianhe clan, it'll be very difficult to deal with him," said Ancestor Lan through telepathy. Ancestor Lan used his soul sense to communicate with him. Their Tianhe clan did not have any relations with the Snow Sect, and they had come into conflict with the Snow Sect recently because of Shui Yunlan. Even though that conflict did not cause hatred between the Snow Sect and the Sky Crane clan when the truth was revealed in the end, it caused the relationship between the two sects to become even more distant. If it were any other matter, even if the Tianhe clan was in danger of being exterminated, Ancestor Lan would definitely not seek help from the Snow Sect. However, the current crisis was related to Jianchen, and Jianchen's other identity was the younger brother of the reincarnated Snow Goddess. The Frozen Cloud Ancestral Master had once been a member of the Ice Goddess Hall, and she was still loyal to the Ice Goddess Hall. As a result, the Lan ancestor felt that he should ask the frozen cloud ancestral master to deal with the trouble that Jianchen was in. The frozen cloud ancestral master's eyes narrowed slightly when she heard Ancestor Lan's words. In the next moment, the senses of her soul swept out, clearly understanding the current situation on the Ice Pole province. Very soon, the frozen cloud ancestral master learnt about the entire situation. Her eyes immediately turned icy cold, and she said coldly, "How bold of them to threaten Her Majesty's younger brother. Jianchen's identity is so great, so how can he be ordered around by these people?" The frozen cloud ancestral master seemed to be angered. Icy, killing intent radiated from her as her face paled. How dare they speak such arrogant words? Not only do they want Her Majesty's younger brother to give an explanation, but they even want to take him to their clan to receive punishment. They even dare to put Her Majesty's younger brother on trial. These people are really tired of living. The frozen cloud ancestral master stood up, and an enormous pressure crushed the wind and snow in the area. She stared sharply at the Lan ancestor and reprimanded, "Ancestor Lan, you have greatly disappointed me. The current Jianchen is related to the snow goddess's face. With his current identity, how can he be ordered around by a group of scoundrels? Don't tell me that the relationship between Jianchen and the snow goddess will be made public?" The Lan ancestor frowned, as if he had some misgivings. Indeed, the relationship between Jianchen and the snow goddess was only known by Ancestor Lan and the frozen cloud ancestral master in the Ice Pole province. It was indeed a secret to the outside world. The frozen cloud ancestral master seemed to have realized something when she heard that the relationship between Jianchen and the snow goddess was to be made public. She could not help but fall silent. A long while later, the frozen cloud ancestral master slowly said, "No, the relationship between Jianchen and the snow goddess cannot be made public. Now that the snow goddess has yet to return, we don't know if the snow goddess still acknowledges this little brother in her heart. If the snow goddess, who has recovered her memories, does not acknowledge Jianchen as her little brother, then we will only anger the snow goddess if we announce this news in advance. With the snow goddess's temperament, none of us can bear her wrath. On the other hand, if the snow goddess still acknowledges Jianchen as her little brother, then we will definitely make the snow goddess unhappy if we stand by and do nothing when we know that Jianchen is in trouble." The frozen cloud ancestral master took a step forward, and her figure instantly disappeared. Only a voice entered the Lan ancestor's ears. "In short, we have to protect Jianchen no matter what, because we are not protecting Jianchen, but the snow goddess's face, and even more so, her dignity. As for the future direction of his relationship with the snow goddess, that is not something we should be concerned about. Tianhe clan, are you going to hand over Jianchen or not? A prodigy of our clan has been brutally murdered by Jianchen in the Dark Star world. If we don't demand an explanation for this matter, how will we be able to maintain our foothold in the Saints' world in the future? Jianchen has gone too far. He used the fake identity of Yang Yutian to pretend to be the fifth hall master in the Dark Star world and purposefully toyed with our Jade Pill sect. He caused our two ancestors to emerge from seclusion and invite our friends, expending a great deal of effort to refine pills for him. Jianchen has toyed with our Jade Pill sect to this extent, causing us to lose face. Our Jade Pill sect will never let this matter rest. Tianhe clan, I'd advise you to hand over Jianchen obediently. With so many organizations here today, your Tianhe clan won't be able to protect him. If you don't hand over Jianchen, we definitely won't let this matter rest. Tianhe clan, we've always minded our own business. Don't start a war because of a single Jianchen." Over 100 chaotic primes called out outside the Tianhe clan. They spoke arrogantly and forcefully. The Tianhe clan had sent out all their great elders as well, standing against the upper echelon of the various organizations in the 100 Saints city. Chapter 31-25. This was because there were too many forces behind the powerhouses of the same level that they were facing. There were more than 40 forces that had established the 100 holy cities. Although there were over a dozen other organizations that did not belong to the 100 holy cities, their foundations in the Dark Star world had been completely destroyed because of Jianqin. With so many organizations gathered together, they wanted the Tianhe clan to hand him over in such a threatening manner. This indeed placed great pressure on the upper echelon of the Tianhe clan. However, while they felt pressured, many of the great elders of the Tianhe clan were doubtful. Who was Jianqin? Did our Tianhe clan have someone like him? At this very moment, not far from the Tianhe clan, there was a cold pool that had never been frozen. There were some fish swimming happily in it. The fish varied in appearance, and there were many species. However, the fact that they could survive in such a harsh environment was enough to prove that they were anything but ordinary. However, one of the fish stood out abnormally among the school of fish. It raised its head and stared in the direction of the Tianhe clan, revealing a sliver of humanity. At the same time, the white-robed Mo Tianyun stood before a pool of water with his hands behind his back in the forbidden grounds of the imperial palace of the Cloud Zurge Empire on the Delight Plain. He stared into the depths of the pool. To be more precise, he was not staring at the pool of water. Instead, he was staring at the school of fish that swam freely in the pool. A strange light gradually appeared in his eyes. At this moment, the graceful Rain Abbess in a purple dress walked over. She extended a finger gently, and a woman in white silently appeared. She was lifted into the air by a gentle force. The flame-reverend sliver of power from the laws of fire is far too profound, and it involves the soul as well. It's extremely difficult to deal with. This is all I can do, said the Rain Abbess. A sliver of exhaustion appeared on her face. Mo Tianyun looked at the woman in white and sighed gently. Keep it at bay for as long as you can. I hope we can find a way to completely eradicate it later on. It's not difficult to completely eradicate it. If she could ask an expert whose comprehension of the divine fire laws surpassed the flame reverends, her problem would naturally be solved. This is also the most reliable method I can think of, said the Rain Abbess. Mo Tianyun was silent and did not reply. With his level and knowledge, how could he not have thought of this point? However, if he really wanted to implement it, how could it be as simple as imagined? Mo Tianyun placed the woman in white into a jade coffin. His gaze was fixed on the pool in front of him. He said, I can faintly sense some weak primordial spirit power on these fish. This is clearly the result of a great divine ability person splitting his primordial spirit into billions of parts and residing in each fish. Rain Abbess, I really am finding it harder and harder to see through you. As a result, it's a very wise decision for you not to become my enemy. Otherwise, you would have been suppressed by me sooner or later, the Rain Abbess replied emotionlessly. She did not give him any face at all. Mo Tianyun smiled and said nonchalantly, although you're constantly growing, I'm not standing still either. Unless you become a sovereign of the world in the future, don't even think about suppressing me. The Rain Abbess stared at Mo Tianyun deeply and changed the topic. Jianqin has encountered trouble on the ice pole plain. He's just far too good at causing trouble. He's actually offended so many peak organizations in the world of the fallen beast. Now that those peak organizations have banded together, they can't be underestimated. Unless the Tianhe clan has the courage to go all out, it'll be very difficult for them to protect Jianqin. Mo Tianyun's face did not change. He only sighed gently. Nothing can happen to Jianqin. If we want to forcefully open the Xianhuang microcosm, he's the true key. The two of us can only be regarded as assistants. Rain Abbess, I'll have to trouble you with this matter personally. Why don't you go yourself? Compared to me, you'll be able to unleash more of your strength, the Rain Abbess snorted coldly. Mo Tianyun smiled faintly. Due to a few reasons I can't take action frequently. Rain Abbess, only you can deal with the trouble Jianqin has encountered this time. Mo Tianyun paused there before turning his head to look at the Rain Abbess. He seemed to smile. Even if you don't go, how do you think the martial soul lineage will react once they learn about this? With how the martial soul lineage has always been, they won't care about how many people they've offended. They'll definitely do everything they can to save the successor of their lineage. If that really happens, the martial soul lineage will have made quite a few great enemies. They'll struggle to move about in the saints' world in the future. It might even lead to another tragic ending. After all, the destruction of the martial soul lineage has happened more than once in the long history of the martial soul lineage, Jian Chen said. Empyrean Demon Lord, don't you dare! As if her reverse scale had been touched, the Rain Abbess' presence erupted from her. Her gaze immediately became as sharp as a sword as killing intent permeated the surroundings. Mo Tianyun maintained his gentle smile the entire time. Even if I don't tell the martial soul lineage that Jianshan is in danger, do you really think the martial soul lineage won't be able to learn about this through their own channels with their own abilities and methods? Do you really think you can stop them with how stubborn they are? The Rain Abbess snorted coldly. Without saying anything else, she immediately vanished. Tianhe clan, if you don't hand over Jianshan, do you believe that we'll flatten your Tianhe clan today? Outside the Sky Crane clan, the crowd was furious. A grand elder from a top-notch faction couldn't hold himself back and directly spoke ruthlessly. Flatten my Tianhe clan? I'd like to see whether your heaven sect has the courage to do so. However, just as that person finished speaking, a pleasing voice that was filled with boundless coldness abruptly rang out. With that, the temperature in the surroundings plummeted. The wind and snow froze, and the ground froze. Countless plants that grew in the snow were reduced to ice statues. It even caused a few great elders who were chaotic primes to shiver uncontrollably. In the sky above the Tianhe clan, Ancestor Land's silhouette appeared silently. He was surrounded by heavy snow, and his silhouette was blurry. Two figures appeared behind Ancestor Lawn as well. They gave off the powerful presences of Grand Primes. The two of them were the other two ancestors of the Tianhe clan, the Stone Ancestor and the Heaven Ancestor. You're just a chaotic prime, yet you dare to threaten my Tianhe clan so shamelessly, Ancestor Lawn said coldly. With that, she extended a finger. In an instant, the laws of the Great Path flowed between heaven and earth. A layer of ice crystals instantly covered the body of the Supreme Elder of the Sky sect who had spoken arrogantly. Chapter 31:26. Zhang Yun was one of the 6 great elders of the Heaven sect. He was a late chaotic prime, but at this moment, ice rapidly spread across his body, starting from the bottom of his feet. In just a few seconds, it had reached his waist, turning half of his body into an ice statue that had taken root in the icy plains. Moreover, the spreading speed of the ice crystals did not stop. Instead, it continued to invade his upper body and even his head in an unstoppable manner. Ancestor Lon, why you're declaring war on our Heaven sect? You have to consider the consequences of treating me like this. Zhang Yun was alarmed. He erupted with his full cultivation in an attempt to stop the ice from spreading. Unfortunately, the difference between him and the Ancestor Lon was just too great. A chaotic prime could be described as a chasm that separated him from a 6th heavenly layer Grand Prime. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to slow down the ice at all. Even though the Ancestor Lon had only done this casually, the power and laws involved were so great that no chaotic prime could contend against him. You're just a chaotic prime. You can't represent the Heaven sect, the Ancestor Lon said coldly. He showed no fear at all. Although the Heaven sect was very powerful, the local tyrant of planet vastness, as long as their leader had not truly reached the 7th heavenly layer, they would not be able to shake up the Tianhe clan. Zhang Yun was no longer able to speak. In just a few seconds, his body had been completely turned into an ice statue. It was so lifelike that it was connected to the ground, rooted deeply into the icy plains like a tree stump. However, that was not the end. Afterwards, there was a clear crack, and a crack suddenly appeared on the ice statue that Zhang Yun had become. The crack spread rapidly, moving faster and faster and becoming denser and denser. In the end, it seemed like a spider's web, covering Zhang Yun's entire body. Bang! It was also at this moment that the ice statue suddenly shattered into countless pieces of ice that fell to the ground with a heavy sound. Every piece of ice was a part of Zhang Yun's flesh. One of the 6 great elders of the Tian sect, a late chaotic prime, collapsed so easily under everyone's gazes. However, at Zhang Yun's location, an illusory figure appeared out of thin air. This was Zhang Yun's primordial spirit. Zhang Yun did not die. His corporeal body was destroyed, but his primordial spirit was still as good as before. However, without a body, he would become extremely weak even if he was a chaotic prime. Ancestor Lan, you actually destroyed my physical body. You are so ruthless. Zhang Yun's origin spirit appeared in the void. He stared furiously at Ancestor Lan, who was floating in the sky. His expression was unusually ferocious. At the same time, a perfectly preserved medallion that had not been damaged at all suddenly erupted with an intense light from Zhang Yun's body that had been reduced to ice. As waves of energy rippled out, the medallion floated into the air and turned into an old man. This old man was dressed in a white robe. His complexion was rosy, and his skin was as tender as a baby's. He gave off a dignified feeling. Patriarch Prime Method, it's actually Patriarch Prime Method, Patriarch Prime Method. He's a peak 6th Heavenly Layer Grand Prime. It's said that he's been in seclusion for many years, working hard to break through to the 7th Heavenly Layer. He's almost succeeded. I never thought that Patriarch Prime Method, who has been in seclusion for so many years, would actually leave a clone of his soul on Zhang Yun. It looks like Patriarch Prime Method places great importance on Jianshan. That's completely normal. Patriarch Prime Method is currently working hard to break through. Not only does reaching the 7th Heavenly Layer require talent and perseverance, but it also requires luck and fortune. Jianshan possesses many rare items from the Darkstar world, so it might include the sliver of luck and fortune that Patriarch Prime Method needs for his breakthrough. So that's how it is. Ancestor Yuanfa has come for the resources on Jianshan. Fair enough. The Darkstar race is a race that has given birth to sovereigns after all. They possess many rare resources that even the Saints' world does not possess. There are even items left behind by Grand Exalt. However, the Darkstar race can't digest anything that's too great. It's extremely likely that they'll end up in Jianshan's hands. With the appearance of the old man, the great elders of the various organizations immediately became restless as they discussed the matter. The expressions of the great elders of the Tianhe clan became ugly as well. Even Ancestor Lan's eyes narrowed as he hovered in the air. This was because they all understood that since Patriarch Prime Method had personally come, the significance behind it was extraordinary even though it was only a clone of his soul that did not possess much battle prowess. This was because it meant that the situation here had reached an extremely high level. This was because a great figure like him would never appear so easily. Once he did, even a small matter could develop into something major. Ancestor Lan, the old man only wants Jianshan. If you hand Jianshan over to the old man, our heavenly sect can become allies with your Tianhe clan from today onwards, Patriarch Prime Method said. He directly looked at Ancestor Lan and did not ask about Zhang Yun's matter. If they really could obtain Jianshan, what was the loss of a great elder? Senior Prime Method, we won't hand over Jianshan to you. Please return, Ancestor Lan said. Although she referred to him as senior, she did not show any respect at all. Patriarch Prime Method's eyes sank as he gave off a vague, invisible pressure. Clearly, he was angered. If you don't hand over Jianshan, the matter of your Tianhe clan injuring a great elder of our heavenly sect won't be resolved so easily. Then Senior Prime Method, are you planning on declaring war on our Tianhe clan? Ancestor Lon said softly before chuckling like a bell. She was fearless. If that's the case, I'll be waiting for Senior Prime Method's arrival in the Tianhe clan. Whether it was Ancestor Lon or Patriarch Prime Method, neither of them backed down as they spoke. Their attitudes were tough, and they could be described as hostile. Arrogant. Patriarch Prime Method snorted coldly. Ancestor Lon, you have to consider this carefully. Once the old man successfully breaks through and reaches the 7th heavenly layer, no one in the entire Ice Pole province will be a match for the old man, let alone your Tianhe clan. At that time, it will be easy for the old man to flatten your Tianhe clan. Chapter 31:27. Yuanfa. One can be confident, but one can't be overconfident. You're not Yen Zun. You don't have the qualifications to say such words in the extreme ice province. If you know what's good for you, get out of the extreme ice province immediately. Otherwise, I'll destroy this strand of your origin spirit. Founder Bingyun's words were merciless. The toughness and decisiveness of her attitude far surpassed Ancestor Lan's. If Ancestor Lan's performance was more like a weak woman, then Founder Bingyun represented decisiveness, ruthlessness, decisiveness, and heartlessness. Founder Bingyun's merciless words immediately caused Ancestor Yuanfa's face to darken. However, he wasn't angry because he knew how powerful Founder Bingyun was. Before he officially broke through, he was still somewhat afraid of Founder Bingyun. After all, she was an expert who could fight against a 7th heavenly layer at the 6th heavenly layer. She couldn't be underestimated. Founder Bingyun, this is a matter between our Sky Sect and the Tianhe clan. It's also a grudge between us and Jianchen. This matter has nothing to do with your Snow Sect. I hope you won't interfere. Old man will definitely thank you after this. Ancestor Yuanfa said indifferently. Founder Bingyun didn't appreciate it and sneered. The matter of the Tianhe clan indeed has nothing to do with our Snow Sect. However, Jianchen's matter is my Snow Sect's matter, and even more so my Bingyun's matter. Ancestor Yuanfa's eyes revealed understanding. He sighed softly and said, It seems that even Founder Bingyun has taken a fancy to the things on Jianchen's body. However, it doesn't matter. We can share them with the various major factions here. I don't have any thoughts about the things on Jianchen's body. Yuanfa, I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to scram back yourself, or do you want me to destroy this strand of your origin spirit? Founder Bingyun's attitude was cold and her words were merciless. After being continuously humiliated under the watchful eyes of the crowd, no matter how good old Ancestor Yuanfa's attitude was, he could not help but be enraged at this moment. His voice immediately turned low and deep. Ancestral Master Bingyun, there is no enmity between the Snow Sect and my Sky Sect. If you take action, then the grudge between you and this old man will, however, before Ancestor Primal Spell could finish his words, Ancestor Bingyun pointed with her finger. Ancestor Primal Spell's Yuan Spirit Avatar instantly shattered, and even the token he was residing in suddenly shattered. Ancestral Master Bingyun had mercilessly destroyed this primordial spirit avatar of Patriarch Primordial Spell. I gave you face but you don't want it. You just have to embarrass yourself. Ancestor Bingyun coldly said. After that, she coldly swept her gaze over the crowd and arrogantly said, Who else wants to take Jianchen away? Step forward. Ancestor Bingyun destroyed Ancestor Yuanfa's clone without any hesitation. Her fearless attitude immediately stunned everyone present. Faced with Ancestor Bingyun's arrogant and forceful words, all the great elders gathered there could not help but shrink their necks. None of them dared to say anything. That was the Sky Sect's Wushang Old Ancestor, a peerless expert who could step into the 7th heaven at any time. Even such a figure had fallen, so how could some of the top forces, who were not as strong as the Sky Sect, dare to speak nonsense? After all, not every single one of them was bold enough to face the Sky Crane clan directly, or even the Snow Sect. Ancestor Bingyun, why must you interfere with Jianchen's matter? After all, the snow goddess still hasn't returned to the ice pole plane. At this moment, another Wushang Old Ancestors clone appeared. This time, the great elders had gathered on the ice pole plane. Many of them carried the orders or decrees of their ancestors. It's still too early to tell whether the snow goddess can return in the end. The Flame Reverend has been on the ice pole plane for many years, so Old Man refuses to believe that he hasn't left behind anything to deal with the snow goddess. Soon after, a third Wushang Old Ancestor appeared. Ancestor Bingyun, we're currently in a sensitive period. If you make too many enemies under these circumstances, not only will it be detrimental to your snow sect, it will be detrimental to the ice pole plane, and it will be detrimental to the snow goddess. Listen to Old Man, don't continue to participate in Jianshan's matter, lest you bring trouble upon yourself. Ancestor Bingyun, you're indeed very strong, and very courageous. However, if so many of us join forces, will your snow sect be able to withstand us? If things really develop to such a stage, it will only lead to a disaster for the ice pole plane. Soon after, the Wushang Old Ancestors clones appeared one after another. These people were clearly very interested in the resources that Jianshan had obtained from the Dark Star Realm. Using the losses that Jianshan had caused to them in the Dark Star Realm as an excuse, they planned to go even deeper. However, without exception, the forces that dared to speak at this moment naturally had enormous backgrounds that were not inferior to the Sky Crane clan or the Snow sect. In fact, they were far superior to them. Ancestor Bing Yun's heart sank. Even some forces that could look down on others had appeared. This indeed made her feel pressured. However, she still did not shrink back in the slightest. She coldly said, "As long as Jianshan remains in the ice pole plane, I will not allow any of you to take away Jianshan. If not, then we'll fight to the death. I'd like to see if you have the courage to cut off all means of retreat for the sake of Jianshan's resources, and dare to wage an all-out war against our Snow sect and the Sky Crane clan. However, I must remind you that the current ice pole plane is not the ice pole plane of the past. If you dare to be so impudent, when Her Highness the Snow Goddess returns in the future, none of you will be able to escape." The expressions of the ancestral patriarchs changed drastically. The Snow Goddess was indeed a terrifying character that would cause one's expression to change. The reason why some of them did not dare to come with their original bodies was partly because they were afraid of the Snow Goddess. The various great ancestors did not speak. For a time, the atmosphere in the field became strangely silent. However, the tension did not weaken in the slightest. "Ha ha ha ha, Ancestor Bingyun, Ancestor Lan, can you pass on a message to Jianshan for me? Our Spirit God clan is willing to protect him, but that's only if he marries into our clan." At this moment, an extremely discordant voice came from behind. A short old man walked in with a smile on his face. He was not a chaotic prime. Instead, he was an ancestor of the Spirit God clan, a first heavenly layer Grand Prime. "If Jianshan marries into our Spirit God clan, we are willing to betroth the most outstanding woman of our generation to him with his talent and assist him in his growth." The old man directly arrived at the very front. He stood on the snowy ground with his hands behind his back as he stared at the Ancestor Bing Yun and Ancestor Lan who hovered in the air. "Look, even I have personally come for Jianshan. You can see just how much importance I place on Jianshan. Ancestor Bing Yun, Ancestor Lan, please pass on a message for me." The old man clasped his fist with a smile. "The Spirit God clan. Even you've come." An old ancestor of a large organization looked at the old man with an ugly expression. It was not just him. The expressions of many people present changed with the sudden appearance of the Spirit God clan. Chapter 31-28. The Spirit God clan was an existence that once possessed a glorious history. At the same time, it was an existence that all the large organizations present feared. This was because the Spirit God clan had once been a terrifying organization that had given birth to a sovereign. Even after losing the sovereign, the Spirit God clan still relied on the complete legacy of the sovereign to stand at the apex of the Saints' world, becoming one of the Archean clans. The Spirit God clan had already lost their status as an Archean clan, falling from their glorious era towards decline. The experts of the clan were weaker with each generation, but a horse was still a horse. However, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Even though the Spirit God clan had already declined to this extent, it wasn't something that any of the powers present could contend against. Moreover, the Spirit God clan was currently under the protection of the Grand Exalt of all heaven. With the support of a sovereign, the powerful Spirit God clan immediately became a supreme organization that even Archean clans did not dare to provoke. As a result, when the Grand Prime of the Spirit God clan appeared, the large organizations gathered around the Tianhe clan immediately felt troubled. We're in trouble now. I never thought that the Spirit God clan would actually take an interest in Jianchen and want to recruit Jianchen as their son-in-law. Sigh. The Spirit God clan has never given up on returning to their position as an Archean clan. They've been working towards this goal in the past few years. Their own ancestor isn't completely confident about reaching the 9th heavenly layer, so they've given this heavy responsibility to outsiders in hopes of recruiting some outstanding prodigies. The Spirit God clan wants to raise a 9th layer Grand Prime themselves. They've recruited many prodigies from various parts of the Saints' world in the past few years. Even the Supreme Divine King, the Divine King, has become a target of their attention. However, this time, they seem to value Jianchen at an unprecedented level. What's so strange about that? If we ignore everything else, Jianchen is indeed extraordinary. The fact that he was able to enter the world of the fallen beast means that he's not even 1,000 years old. However, he managed to cause such a huge commotion in the Darkstar race at such a young age. It's said that he's turned the entire Darkstar race upside down. There's no way the Spirit God clan would miss such a genius. Not even 1,000 years old, but not only is he an infinite prime, but he can even fend off the Darkstar Emperor. Jianchen really is an unprecedented figure. Probably even the disciples of the sovereigns would not be a tenth of Jianchen when they were at the same age. It's said that some of the items left behind by the Grand Exalt of the Darkstar race have probably fallen into Jianchen's hands. Unfortunately, he has something that the old man covet. Otherwise, even the old man would want to befriend such a genius. The soul clones of the patriarchs whispered to each other, frowning as they were caught in a dilemma. The Bingyun ancestral master and ancestor Lan looked at each other as they hovered above the Tianhe clan. They had been caught off guard by the strange request of the Spirit God clan. At the same time, the Rain Abbess stood with her hands behind her back on the highest peak of an icy mountain 10 million kilometers away from the Tianhe clan. Obscure spatial power circulated around her, as if she had completely vanished into space. Neither the naked eye nor the senses of the soul could discover her. She just stood there silently. Her gaze seemed to be able to pierce through space, as she stared in the direction of the Tianhe clan from very far away. Sigh, you really don't make things easy for me. You're always causing trouble. Fanyun sure is unlucky to have a junior like you, the Rain Abbess sighed gently. Her face was filled with helplessness. The old man from the Spirit God clan immediately became rather worried when he saw how the Bingyun ancestral master and ancestor Lan remained silent. He rubbed his hands together and raised his head to look at the two beauties in the air. He asked again, "What's the result? Ancestor Lan, Ancestor Bingyun, has Jianchen given an answer? Has he agreed to become a live-in son-in-law of our Spirit God clan? All of you must tell him that our spiritual God clan absolutely won't take anything from him. Once he marries into our spiritual God clan, then our spiritual God clan will bear all the troubles he's caused in the past. Our spiritual God clan will become his strongest backing, and he'll have no need to fear anyone or any power." The old man spoke with great effort. Clearly, he placed great importance on Jianchen. The Bingyun ancestral master and ancestor Lan looked at each other. After a moment of thought, they said to the old man, Jianshan is currently at a crucial moment in his seclusion. His seclusion this time is extremely important to him, so we can't disturb him. Oh my, this is far too bad of a time. The old man slapped his thigh. He was clearly extremely annoyed. Although Jianshan is in seclusion, he won't be in seclusion for too long. It'll be a few decades if it's short, a century if it's long. If you don't mind, you can rest in our Tianhe clan for a while. Once Jianshan emerges, we will contact you as soon as possible. You want me to wait in the Tianhe clan for a few decades? The old man hesitated slightly. He was a grand prime of the Spirit God clan after all. Even though he was the weakest one, his status was still there. Now that he had to wait for a junior here, and he had to wait for several decades, it was indeed rather embarrassing. Whatever. Let's wait then. With Jianshan's talent, it is indeed worth it for me to wait here for a while. But speaking of which, if he agrees to marry into our Spirit God clan, let alone a few decades, I'm even willing to wait for several centuries or even several millennia. After all, our Spirit God clan values talents so much, the old man chuckled. He walked towards the Tianhe clan slowly. Just when he was about to enter the protective formation of the Tianhe clan, he suddenly turned around and waved his hand at the large organizations that had established the 100 Saints city. He said with a smile, Everyone, please return. Our Spirit God clan will reserve Jianshan as a son-in-law first. With that, the old man directly entered the protective formation of the Tianhe clan. Outside, the expressions of the organizations that had established the 100 Saints city all became ugly. However, none of them dared to say anything. With the protection of the Grand Exalt of all heaven, the Spirit God clan did indeed possess the right to act fearlessly. They dared not offend any of them. Let's go to the cloud plane. Didn't the intelligence say that Jianshan had established a clan on the cloud plane? We'll control his clan and use it to threaten him. I'd like to see whether he'll just watch us die or not. That's right. We'll immediately go to the cloud plane and control his clan. We have to complete this before he formally marries into the Spirit God clan. Otherwise, once he really does join the Spirit God clan, we won't be able to continue targeting his clan. We have to move quickly.